Good morning to you wherever you are in St. Vincent the Grenadines and wherever this broadcast will be seen and heard. Today we're coming to you from our capital, Kingstown, where this morning the amalgamated agencies of the National Broadcasting Corporation, the Agency for Public Information, and VC3, we are teaming up to bring you coverage of the visit of their Royal Highnesses, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. They will be spending a day in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we've got eyes on all the locations, and we intend to bring that to you live. My name is Dion John, and I'm joined this morning by Colvin Harry. Colvin, good morning and welcome.
Good morning and thank you. It's a pleasure sharing the broadcast this morning.
What are you looking forward to most about today?
Well, we're looking forward to, first of all, an excellent coverage on our end to make sure that we cover all the ends, all that's happening on the ground with this royal visit. It's not very often that we have a royal visit, and today we want to ensure that not just St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the region, but the world has an eye and an ear on what's happening here. So the expectations of a very excellent production today and a smooth flow of things.
Well, the Royal Highnesses will be with us for the entire day, and there's a very packed program which we will share with you as we go through as part of our broadcast today. We've got teams, as I mentioned before, at all the locations, and the first stop this morning is at the newly constructed Argyle International Airport, where we will see the arrival of your Royal Highnesses. In fact, our cameras are up, and you're seeing there in the background the officials who have gathered as part of the welcome party, and we will tell you in terms of the stages they will go through for the broadcast. Colvin, who are some of the persons you're recognizing this morning in your shot?
I'm recognizing the acting Prime Minister, of course. I see that everyone is donning their mask this morning, which would make things a bit more difficult in identifying each of the representative, but I see as our visuals get closer, the acting Prime Minister, the Honourable Montgomery Daniel, is starting the line, and
it looks like the Speaker. Is that
yes,
the Speaker of
that's
the
Honourable
House?
Speaker of the
Honourable
House,
Senator Rochelle Ford.
And the
next to her is the
Leader of the Opposition
and his
wife, the Honourable Saboto Caesar, Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable
and the Honourable Saboto Caesar will be accompanying Her Royal Highness, the Countess of Wessex, as part of this trip in terms of her movements today, and the Honourable Frederick Stevenson will be accompanying the Earl. So that is information we know and we are able to share with you at this particular point. We recognize as well the various from missions that you have members of the diplomatic corps as well. I recognize the Honourable Rena Batiste in this capacity. She has a dual role because she's also the chair of planning the committee for the activities on the ground. So recognize the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and rightly so, and the Honourable Sinclair. Does it look like
Major Sinclair Leacock?
Sinclair Leacock.
See, the
looks
mask
like him. Yes, it's beginning to be a bit difficult to see some of the persons under the
Senator
mask.
Peters is also there next to Minister Stevenson, and see there's a representation there of members of cabinet and also Her Majesty's opposition, who is present to receive the Earl and the Countess of Wessex today. And what is expected to be a packed agenda, starting from their arrival and their welcome on the red carpet, all the way through the meeting with the acting Prime Minister, which ends off their official agenda for the day before they head back.
Well, a party of 11 is expected to come as part of the delegation with the Earl of Wessex, and the Countess of Wessex. We also notice as well the members of the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force, who are part of the Guard of Honour parade this morning. So we expected to have the Royal Salute, an inspection, and the Royal Salute, and that will all take place at the Argyle International Airport. You will note as well the presence of the red carpet, so they will be given a red carpet official welcome once the plane lands at the Argyle International Airport. They will be met officially this morning and will be received by Mrs. Sandy Peters Phillips, and she is the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and she's also the chief of protocol.
Yes.
And as we have seen in past visits, and those visits that we have seen in other countries, whether near or far, we will expect that a bouquet of flowers will be presented to the Countess this morning, and we will make sure that we show you that. So just some visuals in terms of what's happening at the Argyle International Airport. Very blue skies, lovely day to be flying, lovely day. Earlier we noticed and recognized that it was very windy. And you see the palm trees swaying in the nice Caribbean breeze as well. And we just want to welcome you and just let us know where you're looking at us from. And we really appreciate you being with us and sharing and spending part of your Saturday with us. A very packed day. We're looking forward to it, and we trust that you are as well.
Indeed, and the expectation is that we'll have a very smooth flow based on the protocols that are in place and the arrangements. And one of the stops today, and one that I'm sure that the Royal Highnesses will look forward to, is a stop at the Botanical Gardens, where there will be some events there related to all that we've experienced recently, and some of the response agencies, some of the people involved in that process. And I'm sure that they'll be looking forward to the process of planting that tree as well, which is all part of the agenda for today's proceedings. But the weather is expected to be great today from all indications, and that being the case, they should have quite a pleasant experience. Blue skies, the Argyle International Airport, and I suspect just some cotton puffy clouds floating around today, and that should be the order of the day weather-wise, and should allow for a smooth flow of things from start to finish.
Well, the visit is part of the program of activities to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And this is why, of course, Her Majesty, we've heard, if you follow the international news, and it's also been in the local news, that about a week or so, several weeks ago, probably last month in particular, we did learn that she had contracted COVID-19, and the doctors medical experts had recommended that she takes the time and just regroup, and that the royal subjects will go out and do part of the visits to the countries as part of the Platinum Jubilee. The Earl of Wessex and the Countess, they're no strangers to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, haven't been here, I believe it's 2012.
Yes.
So this is a place that they know very well. In fact, they spend a lot of time in the Grenadines, and then their last trip they traveled down to Bequia, but that is not a part of this trip, because it's just one day, and there are so many things you can do in one day and within the time allotted for the visit.
And this is just one of a number of royal visits we've had over the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We actually had her visiting in 1966. She paid an official visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 1966. And from then onwards, we had several royal visits leading up to today, where we have a second visit by the Earl and Countess of Wessex, who...
Sorry. Well, we did learn, I think it was this week, Wednesday, that the acting Prime Minister, Minister Daniel, did say that he's looking forward to this visit, because for him it's very historic in nature, because he remembered that at age 9, back in 1966, when Her Majesty came then, that he was a student then, a pupil.
He was 9 years old.
And he was 9, and he was brought into Kingstown to wave the flags as she traveled along the journey into the capital, where she also attended a morning service then at the St. George's Anglican Cathedral, and visited what was then the Colonial Hospital, now the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital.
And if you're just joining us, you're viewing and listening to live coverage of the official royal visit of their Royal Highnesses, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, on the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And as we bring you coverage on the various platforms, on radio, on social media, on television, and locally and across the region and around the world, we welcome you wherever you are, as we see the jet carrying the Royal Highnesses pull closer to the red carpet, and shortly we'll see them alight and go through what is expected or what is on the agenda. A very packed one today, and we hope that you will be able to be on that journey with us and stay with us.
And as we keep the visuals of that in the background, then we're speaking about the royal visits to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In 1985, the Duke of Edinburgh and Her Majesty then visited. They returned to the island to attend the Independence Anniversary Parade in celebration of this country's independence. And His Royal Highness then presented the Duke of Edinburgh Gold Awards to young people during a ceremony which took place at Government House. Colvin already told you about the 2012 visit of the Earl and Countess of Wessex, and then they're back again this morning. So we see that some of the officials, I believe these are members of the media, who will be alighting from the aircraft. What is expected is that the Chief of Protocol, and there she goes, Sandy Peters Phillips, who's also the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is going to the aircraft, where the pupil of the Argyle Primary School, I'll give you her name shortly, to present what would be the bouquet of flowers. Ashley Stewart, a pupil from the Argyle Primary School, will present the Countess with a bouquet of flowers. And then Mrs. Peters Phillips will present the Earl and the Countess to Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan, the Governor General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Mr. Hugh Duggan as well would be a part of that first part of the introduction, and then we'll see what happens as we go through. But we're making sure that you see every bit of it as we bring you coverage of this broadcast this morning.
Indeed, and we see now the Earl of Wessex, alighting from the aircraft, accompanied by his wife, the Countess of Wessex, and making sure that they keep their mask on, so that, following all the protocols in place as they stay safe while with us. The introduction to Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan and Mr. Duggan.
We also see there in the pictures as well the Commissioner of Police, Colin John, and the ADC to the Governor General as well is there. So we see the introductions being made, and Her Excellency will then escort them to the Acting Prime Minister, the Honourable Montgomery Daniel, who will then introduce him to the members of not Cabinet, but the members of Parliament who are gathered there, and all the other officials who are in the waiting line. But that will take place after the royal salute. Let's see if we get some sound so we can bring that to you.
Even with a mob. Anyway, I'm sorry you're still in.
And as we continue to look at live visuals from the Argyle International Airport, where today we're welcoming the Royal Highnesses, the Earl of Wessex and the Countess of Wessex. They're paying an official visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines today on the occasion of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. And as you see in the visuals, for those who are viewing and for those who may be following via social media as well, the Earl and Countess, they're greeting members of Parliament at this point in time, comprising of both members from the ruling party and Her Majesty's opposition. And in the process, they'll also be introduced to members of the diplomatic corps were represented at the Argyle International Airport this morning on this very special occasion. The last time we've had a royal visit was 2016, when we had Prince Harry visiting St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and there was extensive coverage for that as well, locally, regionally and internationally. And during that visit, he also paid a very interesting visit to the Vermont Nature Trail, and we saw some highlights of that during the course of that visit. There will be no Nature Trail visit today for their Royal Highnesses. They'll have a bit of nature, the gardens, and the rest of it will be quite formal in terms of their responsibilities during the course of the day today. It's a very tightly packed visit, also involving other neighboring islands, so we expect that it'll have to be a quick succession of events and then moving to the next stop before they return to Britain.
Well, included as part of this trip, as you alluded to it, is a trip to St. Lucia as well, a royal visit to St. Lucia and to Antigua and Barbuda. We learned yesterday that the trip to Grenada, which was part of this leg of this tour, has been cancelled.
Yes.
So the tour has now been shortened, and we're happy that they are in St. Vincent and the Grenadines today, as we see the introductions have been made of the Cabinet Secretary Kathleen Barnow Scott, and behind her is Renee Batiste. She's the Speaker, the Honourable Renee Batiste. She's the Speaker of the OECS House of Assembly, and is also the person in charge of the
Organising Committee.
Right, for this visit in particular.
I also see Ambassador Lan, who's there as well, from the Republic of China, Taiwan, and also chargé d'affaires to Venezuela, Francisco Perez, who's part of that welcoming party, and his wife, of course, who also has sharing some greetings, as we can hear some of the audio coming across to us from the Argyle International Airport. Just a brief chat between the Earl of Wessex and Ambassador Lan, and what we expect to move smoothly into the next portion of the agenda, while their Royal Highnesses continue on their very swift planned activities over the course of the day today.
When they finish with the official greetings in terms of greeting the officials, they will then make their way on what is considered to be the outside of the airport, just in front of the security area, where they will be meeting with scouts and members of the Girl Guides. In fact, on my way here this morning, I did see the official transport taking out the young guiders, members of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Girl Guide, and the scouts and other movements. And you would see, as we go throughout this day, that a lot of the selections in terms of where they're going is happening in keeping with their own charities and their patronages. So we will see that as we go throughout the day. And we just see the Countess Sophie is really having a chat with the young lady who we saw a while ago in the line. And from looking at the notes, we would see that the Countess of Wessex, Sophie, has a love for children.
Yes.
And you would see that as we go through, because a lot of her interactions today would be with children in particular, the disabled. That's another cause that she's a very strong supporter of as well. Women, and you would see all of that. So this tour was put together specifically in keeping with their respective causes and charities as well.
Indeed, and moments ago as well, the Earl of Wessex also shared greetings with High Commissioner Moore of the British High Commission.
Yes.
And I'm sure they're very much part of what is happening, being the on-the-ground representative for the British government. And as we see the closing of that particular portion, and there are a few others who are just beyond the edges of the red carpet who will also share greetings, exchange greetings with their Royal Highnesses, and we continue to keep an eye on things for you. Just in case you're listening and viewing, this is coming to you live across the various platforms: VC3 Television, NBC Radio, and of course the various media channels, online media channels of those involved in this production.
Once more, we welcome you to our broadcast as we do, and we still keep the visuals on what's happening at the Argyle International Airport. Still in keeping with the time, we see on screen the head of the Agency for Public Information, Jennifer Richardson, trying to marshal the local media so that they can get their shots as they now make their way to the, as I mentioned before, the front of the airport. That's just outside the security area where they will be meeting, and probably you expect that they'll have some little discussions with the children who have come here together, because for them this is historic.
It is.
There's also music this morning provided by the Southeast Steel Orchestra. That's one of the bands coming out of the Pan Against Crime program, and as they come out, 20 cadets, 20 scouts, 20 Girl Guides, and Her Excellency will be making the introductions, and they're here and they're waving proudly their Vincentian flags as this visit continues. And
the departure would follow immediately after this portion of the agenda, and after that it's on to the diamond track, or what we know as the Sir Vincent Beach National Athletics Stadium, a recently constructed facility and recently utilized for the inter-secondary school, inter-primary games, athletics championship, and for other events, but it has recently been in the limelight for a number of top-level events locally, and that will be one of their stops along the way. And also the Countess will have a separate interaction at the community college. We'll have more on that, and of course we'll have someone on the ground there. We'll have reporters along the way to bring us an underground report and let us know what is happening at each stop as we bring you continued coverage.
Quite a lot of work, no doubt, has gone into the planning for today's activity, and I am sure that one of the things the organizing committee would anticipate is good weather, and so far that has been good, and we are grateful and we are thankful. For us, it's a little bit cooler from the studios where we are in Kingstown, and we just hope that all our teams and all those persons who are a part of this historic visit would keep hydrated as much as possible so that we're able to provide the best coverage that we can in terms of ensuring that we give a good reflection of all the things that are on showcase here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that will be on display today. An exhibition will be mounted by Invest SVG and team at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College. We'll also have visuals at the college, and we're expected to see some segments of that as well. Remember, the Invest SVG, they've just returned from a successful staging of an expo in Dubai, so we expect they will be using some of the experience they gathered from being at Dubai and being on Expo to showcase whatever they're showcasing this morning at the college.
Indeed, and the first stop on the journey down into Kingstown will be at the athletics track at Diamond, and of course that is where we'll have a highlight event with a meeting of athletes who are training for the Commonwealth Games, and 200 meters, the 400 meters, and also the 70 meters race. There'll be a bit what we call the Jubilee race that will take place there, and possibly we'll have His Royal Highness presenting the trophy at the end of that race. It's all about the timing of the activities there. We expect that he'll be part and parcel of that presentation at the end of that race.
The Minister of Sports, the Honourable Frederick Stevenson, will be accompanying the Earl to the Diamond track, the Sir Vincent Beach National Stadium. And I'm sure one of the things that they will be discussing, if you can just think about some of the things that they will be discussing in terms of the success of the Vincentian athletes as they just concluded character games. We've done very well, placing 14th. Yes, we would we would want a better posting. But I really did think it was a good showing. The athletes did well, performed creditably, given all the challenges that we've had over the last 2 years. Notwithstanding, I think they represented very well, and we'll get to see some of those athletes back this morning as part of that 70-meter sprint, which will include male and female athletes, and we certainly look forward to that. Our team is already at the diamond track, and we saw some lovely visuals there this morning. I'm not too sure if our technical guys would want to just tease us with a bit of that so that persons can see what is ahead. So we see the convoy of vehicles just outside, and we anticipate that any time now the Royal Highnesses, accompanied by all the other officials, will be getting into their respective vehicles, because the convoys will separate just at Diamond, where the Countess of Wessex will travel on to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, and we will join Radica Stephen and Sheridan Lewis at the Community College to bring a report in terms of what is happening there. Marvin Oliver is at the Diamond track, and Marvin is an avid sportsman, and we expect a very lively report. And there you have it, the St. Vincent Beach Athletics track, just there on your screen. So that's our camera team. Simeon is at the Diamond Athletic track. Good shot, Simeon. Some good, excellent shots indeed. And this is when we had just about 2 weeks or so ago, our remind me here, Calvin. Our athletics means inter-primary and inter-secondary school athletics champion for 2 days, two consecutive days. That had energy and vibe. And I think the theme then was I was going to say a theme, but I'm not sure that was a theme.
I can't recall the actual theme, but it was filled with energy,
and pageantry, and it's filled with quite a lot of energy. And I certainly look forward to what we will see today. So far, so good.
Indeed. And with great weather to assist in the process, we expect a very excellent experience, one that I'm sure the Royal Highnesses will remember for a very long time. This is not their very first visit, but a second, and better than last time they came, hopefully, in terms of their experience and their interactions here. So we invite you to stay with us for the journey. We'll have on-the-ground reports, we'll have continuous coverage from our studio and out in the field, a team of over 20 strong, ensuring that this production comes your way today. So it's not just us sitting here on set.
No, not at all.
And the technical team at the back, but a very large
I think it's in excess of 20. Over 20 of us.
Over 20.
We are definitely producing today's broadcast from the Agency for Public Information, VC3, and the National Broadcasting Corporation. And we just really want to thank all those who have combined to gather with us so that we're able to bring this type of coverage to the Vincentian public. With all the various levels of security, that everyone won't get an opportunity to get as close, but this affords you an opportunity to get as close as possible. It can't get better than this.
Not at all, because you have a first-hand experience of what is happening right before you as we get up close and personal with the Royals on their visit, one of several stops in the region. And today we expect that what they'll be experience will be a true Vincentian experience, and the dance and the poetry and all of the aspects of culture that would be on display, particularly later on during the course of the program. They met some of the children already waving the flags, but a bit more of an understanding of some of the things about us, what makes us Vincentians. If they had a taste in 2012, they certainly have a different taste of it during the course of the day today.
We're also expected to travel to the Honnesville Sporting Complex, where we will take in a bit of our cricket match, 10-10 match. But even before we tell you all about that, we just want to take a quick break, and we'll come right back.
energy. And DJ drinks music energy. 9 p.m. in the heart of Kingstown, we descend upon the Geisha like never before. It's all about energy. Endless DJs, endless artists performing in one venue for one night only. Starting at 9 p.m. April 30th. Don't miss it, please. Bring your colors, bring your crews. Energy, energies.
Channel 114. Visitry. Channel 114.
broadcast from capital Kingstown in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A very beautiful day on our beautiful island. We're happy wherever you're joining us from to be a part of today's broadcast. The Royal Highnesses, the Earl of Wessex and Countess of Wessex, are visiting St. Vincent and the Grenadines as part of the Platinum Jubilee year of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We've just had the first part of the tour here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the arrival at the Argyle International Airport, where they met with the government officials and members of the diplomatic corps. We expected to have for you the next stop, and this stop, is for the Earl of Wessex, where he will be arriving at the Diamond Athletic Track, the St. Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium. We're expected to see several activities. Our reporter on the ground is the API's Barvin Oliver, and we will have a report from Barvin. Hello, Barvin. Good morning, and how are you? You're looking very lovely.
Right now.
right.
So far, the athletes are preparing to take part in their races. They're all decked out in their national colors. So far, it's quite calm. They're just athletes, officials, and security personnel out there. So we're just awaiting the arrival of the Earl of Wessex.
Atmosphere like at Diamond?
Quite calm. It's an excellent day for races out there at the St. Vincent Beach facility. As I said before, all of the athletes are preparing well. They are taking their steps in pride. I think the Prince will be quite happy with the races these athletes will put on.
Okay, Colvin, any questions for Barvin?
Well, I think we covered it. The anticipation is there. It's calm, and there's no contention yet between those who are participating in the Jubilee race. So I guess as the Earl arrives, that would change. The mood of competitiveness will then take over, and I'm sure that Barvin on the ground will provide us with some updates as to what's happening there.
So we'll check in with you at the end of the finish line in just a short while, Barvin. Thank you so much, and all the best to you and team until we check in again.
Thank you so much. We'll see you then.
Thank you. So, Colvin, we expect to see the races from the Diamond Athletic Track, the St. Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium. And this is another picturesque venue here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There, no doubt, still some work has to be done in terms of the actual facility, but in terms of the track, it is ready and waiting for us to have the races. And as we mentioned, this was home to the National Primary and Secondary School Athletics Meets just over 2 weeks ago, where there were several records broken. I mean, in essence, most of the activities which took place would be records, because that's the first time the meets were being held at the St. Vincent Athletic Stadium. So these would be new records set for that particular activity. But some of the old records were even broken, as well as you heard in the commentary back then, which we did carry some coverage on that. And this led, and I think this may have contributed significantly to the performance of the Vincentian delegation at the Carifta Games in Jamaica after an absence of about 2 years because of COVID and all the other challenges which the world was experiencing about 2 years ago. Your thoughts? Well,
the Jubilee race is what we're looking forward to, and closely related to that are different races, the 200 meters, the 400 meters, the 70 meters. I know that will be quite an interesting one. That's shorter than the usual 100 meter. So it means it's really a sprint to get to the finish line. And it will be the best of the best, I believe. And His Royal Highness will be on location to present the trophy to the winner of that competition. And some beautiful visuals we're having of the facility, some aerial views of the facility, and one that is world class, I should say, in terms of our track. And I'm sure that the competitors are there eagerly awaiting their opportunity to show their skills.
Were you an athlete in school, Colvin?
No, I was never athletic at all. And fortunately, I have the opportunity to view most of it, and saying all of that, last week was very, very widely viewed on social media. Thousands and thousands followed. It was an occasion to showcase a beautiful facility as well, and the potential for even greater things to be staged there.
Oh, Minister Frederick Stevenson, who is accompanying the Earl of Wessex on his journey here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I am sure as the Minister of Sports he would be very comfortable, because this is familiar territory for him in terms of taking him to the athletics track, but not even so in terms of introducing to him the officials within his ministry. People like we expect to see the Director of Sports, Mr. Nelson Hillocks, Keith Joseph, who's the General Secretary of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Olympic Committee and the Commonwealth Games Association, and our team is actually preparing to head off to the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
Correct.
And I think if my memory serves me right, I was looking at a documentary some time back, and it was widely reported that actually Princess Anne was very successful and instrumental in getting the games to come there. So I am sure that you see the significance of all of this. We look forward to seeing the athletes from the Carif who just participated in the
Games.
In the
Jamaica.
Games in Jamaica, and no doubt they're a group of young people, and they had fun, and rightly so,
That was
because
also
they performed
energetic.
well.
Yes, and quite a number of intentions followed, not just online, but some even traveled to Jamaica
Of
to take in,
course.
and those who were present in Jamaica found their way to the stadium
course.
and took in firsthand what the performances were like. We don't look at the issue of the place. In this case, it's the overall performance of the team, and all 13 of them did excellent in representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines on that occasion.
Well, and speaking of sports on a whole, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been doing very well in sports. And I would make reference to our own national netball team coming back, and we're now ranked 20th in the new rankings. In the latest rankings, we're now ranked 20th in the world. And they just basically wrapped up a total sweep of the ECCB OECS National Netball Championships. The only country which beat them in that event was Barbados, and Barbados was not a part of the competition, not being a part of the OECS. But I think they're preparing for games, and they travel just to get the experience, because there hasn't been sports for a while. And speaking of that, you have to look at swimming. Our swimming teams, they have been doing outstanding. They've been outstanding, just to say the least. The Blue Marlins and the other swimming clubs here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we've just been doing well. And speaking of that, I also want to bring into focus the T10, the VPL T10,
Yes.
and we were seeing a bit of that this morning. And they'll be meeting with people like Miles Bascom and Romel Currency, president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association. So these are the people who we know here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they'll be given an opportunity this morning basically to tell the story, to continue the story of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And these are the things that we definitely are proud of.
And I'm glad you mentioned cricket, because cricket is on the agenda, definitely on the agenda today. It's not just the athletics happening at the Diamond Track or the St. Vincent Beach National Athletic Stadium. It is also cricket. T10 is happening at the Annisvale Sporting Complex, and an exhibition cricket match will be in progress by the time the Prince gets there, and hopefully we'll have him present the trophy to the winner of that match as well. It's called the Platinum Jubilee match. So we have the Platinum Jubilee race, which is at the Diamond Track, and also the cricket match, a Jubilee match. Of course, cricket is deeply rooted in what it is to be British. So cricket very much part of the agenda here, and we look forward to the interactions on that as well. And outside of that, there's also a feature involving the netball teams, the tennis teams, along with the swimming that you mentioned. So it's not just cricket and athletics, but there's also the other, the track and field, but there's also the other areas of sports that His Royal Highness Prince Edward would also interact with as well.
Yes, and just recently some Vincentian students travelled off to the University of Wales, and we'll be telling you all about that as we go through. We anticipate that our production guys will be able to share with us some clippings of that as we bring that and give focus to that as part of our broadcast here this morning. But just to remind you, if you're just joining us, you're viewing a broadcast from the studios of VC3 in capital Kingstown, a production of the Agency for Public Information, VC3 Television, and the National Broadcasting Corporation of the visit of the Royal Highnesses, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. They were in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 2012, but the last official visit from the Royals was in 2016 when we had Prince Harry.
Yes.
And I remember Colvin being very, I was very involved in that visit too as well, in terms of having to some coverage and some aspects of that and coordinating and everything like that. And we also had, I think, within recent times, and you will double check that, and we'll just make sure, the visit of Prince Charles, and we had that as well too.
Yes, we also had the visit of Prince Charles, who came, I believe, he came 2 years later. I believe in 2018. Hope I got that date right, but he came 2 years later, and we were very involved in that visit as well in terms of the joint production and making sure that we cover on all ends. And that was an interesting visit. Some highlights from that: the visit to the Brighton Mangrove Swamp was one of those. The ceremony at the Prime Minister's residence in the evening was also quite an elegant one, and I remember the presenting of a painting there as well, and all of these things that make these interactions ever so pleasant, not just for the royals who visit, but also for those who are part of what is happening. We also see some shots of some previous visits, this by His Royal Highness Prince Harry back in 2016, and certainly took the opportunity to interact and meet the people on the ground and discuss various things, social issues, and it was really a pleasant experience for those who interacted with him then.
I think when Prince Harry came as one of the younger royals, a lot of Vincentians were able to interact with him and being able to relate to him as one of the younger member of the royals. I could remember the famous picture of Prince Harry, Prime Minister Gonsalves, and former Governor General deceased Sir Frederick Ballantyne on the Connery Beach. I could remember, that picture being featured predominantly throughout that visit, and even after. And so we just trying to show you all the things that we have in terms of our past royal visits, and we anticipate in just a short while we'll be checking back in with Bob and all of at the Diamond Athletics track to bring you what we hope would be the races and everything like that.
Yes, and we look forward to that event, and then the cricket later on. So we have some sports elements involved in today's visit. And in case you're just joining us, you're joining via radio. You're listening to live coverage of the visit of the Royal Highnesses Prince Edward, the Earl of Wessex, and the Countess of Wessex, Sophie, Countess of Wessex. And today they'll be involved in a very big way in interacting with the Vincentian public and with the officials, interfacing with many of those who are directly affected by the recent volcanic eruptions, those who are also involved in the response to that event. And as we get more visuals from the St. Vincent Beach National Athletic Stadium, we see the arrival of the vehicles. I believe the acting Prime Minister is also coming up in the shot there, and Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan will be nearby as well, as we have full visuals of what is happening at the track. Well, I believe this time around we're having the Earl of Wessex being greeted by a member. We're not able to.
I'm trying to I'm trying to see who.
Not seeing the face of the individual.
Yes, we're trying to see who that is.
It looks.
I'm still not able to see who that is.
That looks like Keith Joseph.
Keith Joseph, as we mentioned, he's the General Secretary of the SVG Olympic Committee and the Commonwealth Games Association. And they're now making their way to the entrance of the facility. We observe that the Earl has now removed his mask. noted here. You're just seeing adjacent the sand pit at the facility.
Yes.
You observe that, and you would notice that there are no spectators in
the bleachers,
the bleachers
stands,
today.
yeah.
Because, of course, for security reasons, and you're trying to keep the unit as tight as possible. What sort of discussions you think they're having as they walk along the track, Colvin?
I'm thinking that they're discussing some of the great things that happen there and some of the greater things that are in store for this facility. I'm sure His Royal Highness is impressed by what he's seeing, and he is anticipating, I'm sure, the races and what will be happening there shortly. And I see then discussions happening as well with Mr. Keith Joseph. Of course, we mentioned earlier that Minister Frederick Stevenson is responsible for this leg.
Well, he's actually accompanying the Earl and
yes.
all throughout his journey today. While the Minister, Honorable Sibujo Caesar, will be providing the same sort of services along with the Countess of Wessex.
Yes, and we also have Barvin Oliver, who's on location there with us as well, who will provide us with some more details as to what is happening on the ground. And as we continue to experience very beautiful weather for this occasion, and we also have joining the representatives of the various teams that are participating. You see them in the back there, the members of the media. Some shade being provided. Of course, it's a very warm day, so His Royal Highness will have a first-hand view of what's happening, a front row seat, we should say, of the races that should be coming up momentarily.
We also see Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan and husband Hugh Duggan as well, and the ADC Captain Philip Cambridge is also there as well, and they are meeting with and have just shook the hands of Mr. Keith Joseph. We're trying to recognize some of the other officials. I believe the other sporting persons are busy trying to organize and to ensure that the logistics are in place for the races which are to come. We recognize as well one of the athletic sports officer in the background there, Khalil Kato, and I believe he will be intimately involved in terms of starting the races this morning, giving that fire and gun. I'm not sure if they're using that this morning, but I anticipate he will be very much involved in that.
As well.
Well, that's how it is.
That's how it is.
That's how it is.
It's a very momentous occasion, not something you witness every day, a royal visit where we have a one-on-one, we get to be up close and personal with a member of the royal family. Of course, on this occasion, representing Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee, a very important point in the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and there are several trips organized in honor of that, not just here in the region but around the world, and Commonwealth countries associated with the United Kingdom. I see some conversations being had here with members of participating teams, I suspect. And momentarily we should have the races underway. Expected to be some competitive races in the 200 meters, 400 meters and 70 meters, what is dubbed the Platinum Jubilee Race.
Coverage of the Royal Highnesses, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, continues on VC3 Television, the Agency for Public Information and the National Broadcasting Corporation. And I anticipate that most media outlets here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines will have coverage on their social media pages as well. So wherever you are, just let us know that you're viewing and if you're enjoying the broadcast and how we're able to serve you this morning. Of course, we're receiving other messages, and we want to thank you wherever you are for viewing and for letting us know that you're viewing and enjoying our coverage. We anticipate as well that there will be, you would see children. It's a Saturday, and you will not see children attired in uniform, but you would anticipate that children from the schools in and around Kingstown, in terms of the proximity to the Botanic Gardens, will be in Kingstown as part of the students who will be lining the hibiscus hibiscus walk. I can't remember the other word, but just that hibiscus area leading into the Botanic Gardens. Just to say hello and to welcome the Earl and the Countess of Wessex as part of their visit here this morning. And we certainly look forward to seeing that bright, smiling faces, beautiful weather. What more can we ask for? Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Sounds of Steel, a showcase of Kaiso and energy like no other at Sokomonar. St. Vincent and the Grenadines Carnival 2022, June 24th to July 5th. Vincy Max, think nice again.
Tingo nice again. When I'm with my friends, we go party and never stop till we end up all in again.
And we welcome you back to our continued coverage of the royal visit of the Royal Highnesses, the Earl of Wessex and the Countess of Wessex. They're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the occasion of an official visit on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, part of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. And a while ago we were looking at the visuals from the Diamond track, from the St. Vincent Beach National Athletics track. And this time we're getting ready to see what's happening at the SVG Community College. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast, and you may have missed it, that the teams were split, where we had one group taking the making their way to the community college and the other to the track. And we have Radhika Stephen, who we just saw in our shot there, on hand, and we're actually seeing the dances happening now. And I believe we'll be able to hear from Radhika. Radhika?
Well, if she's not ready for us, the La Gracia dance company, they are doing what is a welcome dance, and the Countess of Wessex is an avid. She loves dance, and the Earl himself has majored in theatre arts and the study of arts. And you could see, of course, again, like I said, the appreciation for that, and we recognize the Countess of Wessex just being invited to stand, and she was met at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College by the director, Mr. Nigel Scott. Welcome her to the college. The Epic Steel Orchestra, that's a steel orchestra that is based in Caliacor, and they are providing some musical accompaniment, music in the background, and the La Gracia Dance Company and we see the Countess Sophie is meeting with the members of the La Gracia Dance Company. La Gracia is celebrating their 20th anniversary this year, and we expect to hear from them in terms of a series of activities that they will have to coincide with a celebration of this momentous occasion for them. That's a unique accomplishment for the group led by Maxine Brown.
Yes, and now we're seeing an interaction between the Countess of Wessex, Sophie Countess of Wessex. We haven't mentioned her name quite a lot, but she's Sophie Countess of Wessex, and at this point she is just having a brief word with the dancers. I'm sure she's providing some encouragement to them at this time, and I'm sure somewhere in the back I'm hearing that there's something happening at Diamond as well. So these events are happening side by side, and while we're having the Countess at the Community College, His Royal Highness Prince Edward is witnessing or about to witness the races at the Diamond track. So quite a packed agenda for both of the royals here today.
So we'll be, we'll be showing aspects of both. When they're ready for the races, we will we'll definitely take our mics back over to the Diamond Athletics meet. But we're trying to ensure we have some coverage. Radhika Stevens on location at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College. Hello, do you have anything for us at this point? Okay, until we hear from Radhika, I just observed and recognized the Minister of Education, the Honorable Curtis King, and I'm seeing as well the Cabinet Secretary Katian Barnwell Scott as well. We see the pictures.
Photo moment.
Yes, it definitely is a picture moment. And we see Maxine Brown, Chief Choreographer and head of the La Gracia Dance Company, ensuring that girls and boys, because of course it's a mix ensemble, and nice picture. I'm sure that's going to be
framed and placed somewhere.
Yes, definitely. And La Gracia, they're good with their own social media productions, and we will definitely see. This is going to be a big moment for them as they celebrate their 20th anniversary.
Yes, and as that happens, we know and we remember the activities happening at the Diamond track, the 400 meters, the 200 meters, and the 70 meters races. Those, well, there's a shot from the track. I see in the distance there are some athletes at the starting block, subject to correction. I'm not sure if that's what you're seeing there as well. It appears there's some athletes at the starting block there for one of the races.
Yes. Okay, and they're off?
That's a very quick one. That appears to be the 70 meter.
Well,
but I'm not sure if Bhavin is hearing us, and he'll be able to let us know exactly which of the races that was.
And I must say that the signal strength at the Diamond Athletics track is proving to be a bit difficult this morning. So we ask you to bear with us. In terms of if you're unable to hear Bhavin or if there's a bit of delay, this is due to no fault of ours, but we're trying to ensure that we bring you that. We expect to see the Minister of Sports, the Honourable Frederick Stevenson, giving the trophies to the Earl of Wessex, His Royal Highness the Earl of Wessex, the trophies. So there will be trophies for, there will be gold medal and bronze for the performances here this morning. Unfortunately, we weren't provided with the names of the athletes, so we're not able to share that to you. But once we're able to recognize at least the first three places, we will share that to you, because I do believe that everyone deserves their moment. And I want to thank one of our listeners and viewers this morning who just said that it's Hibiscus Alley or Wedding Alley, and we sometimes tell the tourists it's well, of course we know the Doric Temple, which is where we had that little shoot the other day, right? So we want to thank you so much for sharing that information with us. Someone says that the coverage is very exciting and enjoyable, and it's proving to be a little bit difficult for them to continue at their usual Saturday morning chores. What can we say about that?
Not much, but to stay with us and
stay with us.
Postpone what you have planned for the rest of the day.
It would be worth it. I guarantee you it will be worth it. It will be a good Saturday well spent with us in terms of our coverage and the production team, and we do appreciate the encouragement as the efforts which we are putting in here today has been over a series of meetings and putting everything together, and we do appreciate the time you're spending with us as well.
And while we're looking at the visuals from the St. Vincent Beach National Athletics track, we also keep in mind the other event happening simultaneously at the SVG Community College involving Sophie, Countess of Wessex. And from there, she also has another item which we'll hear about a bit later on, which is at the Gardens. And that promises to be an exciting one for both Royals because they'll be actively engaged in different sectors and different areas during that particular stop. The Gardens is always a point of excitement for Royals because there are several things that they tend to do there, and they get to meet and greet and have one-on-one conversations more extensively at that point before they wrap up their visit for today. And that happens to be the final part of the official agenda for today.
We expect that shortly we'll see the athletes for second and third mounting the winning stand in just a bit. We see a nice background there. Lovely bouquets. I'm into flowers, so lovely bouquets.
The arrangements
the arrangements are lovely and very welcoming, very pictorial. Caribbean flowers, some beautiful arrangements. Tropical. That's the correct word. The tropical blooms that we're seeing here, and at least we will see them just for a bit. I was hoping that at least we may have had a bit of a running commentary, but Bhavin, we do know the difficulties you're having in terms of providing a second report. But once you're able to, we will definitely make the allowance for you to check in with us. But in the meantime, we will see how best we can handle what is taking place. We do anticipate that whenever it is okay for you to give us a report, even if it is not necessarily from the facility, but if you can just give us an update in terms of what we missed, in particular with the names of the athletes who won, at least the first, second and third.
Indeed.
For the 70-meter sprint.
And we have the presentation of the medals taking place now as we await Bhavin's input on this. An exchange of greetings there with participants.
Third place.
Those are participatory medals, it appears.
Yeah, third place, that's the bronze. This person is receiving the second. We see Bhavin in the shot. Bhavin, if you can just go a bit more to, you just blocking what is happening. So if you can just go a bit more, right, that looks like it. No, sorry, the first move you made. Right. And just ease a bit more. Yes, that's definitely good with us. So if you can just tell us what's happening while we keep the picture of the presentation of the medals in the background.
Yes, we just had two races, the 70 meters race, both male and female. The athletes behind me are now receiving their medals from the Earl of Wessex right now. I'm not too sure about the names of the athletes. I will be able to work on that and get that to you as soon as possible. But as you can tell behind me, the athletes are receiving their medals from the Earl of Wessex.
How is it? Very competitive?
Yes, it looks that way to me. The athletes seem to be well conditioned. They seem to have a good bit of technique. You have to give the coaches some good praise, and I'm sure at any competition they take part in, they will do this country well.
All right, thanks. You'd recognize any of the athletes from the just concluded inter-secondary school athletics meet? Or from the...
Unfortunately, no, but I am pretty sure they are champions within this group.
Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Colvin, anything for Marvin?
Not at this point, but just to reinforce the fact that we have some excellent athletes, and this is the training ground for them, the recognition that they need to take it to the next level. And the next level is actually the Commonwealth Games that's coming up. And we expect these athletes to shine when that time comes around. Thanks, Bavin.
So, Bhavin, from here, your next stop is at the Honorsville Pavilion, the Honorsville playing field. Is that your next stop?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Forward to hearing from you, and hope then you would be able to give us the results of some of the races, in particular the 70-meter sprint as part of the Platinum Jubilee.
Yes, yes.
All right, bye-bye to you and team. Congratulations. All right, Colvin?
Yes, so while we're moving away from the happenings at the facility at Diamond right now, maybe an opportune time for us to check in with the community college and see what is happening there with Radhika and her team. I suspect there's also some action, some meetings happening there as planned for the women entrepreneurs. That's a part of the arrangement for that stop. Radhika, can you hear us? I'm not certain if she...
Okay, Radhika. We're hearing you.
Yes, you're live, and you can go right ahead and tell us what's happening there.
Yes, so the concept of effect arrived here at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines community. She was greeted by a production from the Lagrantia Dance Company, and now she is actually making her way to a special exhibition that is being put on here. The exhibition is being hosted by local entrepreneurs and persons with disabilities.
Right.
Radhika, what's the atmosphere at the college like?
Well, it is calm. It is a calm feeling here at the community college. You can hear in my background songs from the Epic Steel Orchestra. It really adds to the mood out here.
Looking forward to the discussion with the ladies as they share their experiences from the Lassafre volcano.
Yes, so we're currently at the special exhibition, after which we'll move to that segment where the women who will discuss their volcanic eruption experience.
Thank you so much. You look like you're having fun. We will definitely check in with you a little bit from now. Continue to have fun and enjoy the experience. Soak it up. This is a momentous and historic occasion. All the best to you and team.
Thank you.
Yes, and certainly some goodies in the back there and display. You have all of those lovely items of craft that you see, and I'm sure that Her Royal Highness will be quite impressed with what she sees today. We have some very creative, not just women, but some very creative people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and no doubt there'll be the best of the best on display for Her Royal Highness to take in, and to see what we can do and to see what level of craftiness we can have within our people, and we have it in our people.
On exhibition this morning, we'll have persons with disabilities. They will be showcasing the Society Often for the Blind. Will be displaying their cane chair, their mops, and the demonstration of Braille. And for disabilities, we'll have, they've been building things like door pens, bird cages, cushions, crochet bathing suits, local jewelry, phone stands, and the like. And all of that will be on display this morning. And some female entrepreneurs, I think 3 of them in particular, will be displaying things like coconut oil, soaps, cream, scented candles, sea moss products, and a range of other things on display. Things that are unique somewhat to the Vincentian landscape and to the Caribbean in particular. And we're seeing some bit of interaction there. And thank you so much, guys.
I think this is Society Often for the Blind.
Yes,
that's their table.
Yes, and thank you so much for the visuals you're providing. Yes, I recognize this is the Society of and for the Blind, as we recognize Mr. Nigel Scott, it appears, in the background there, and the Minister of Education, Curtis King.
She's actually taken a closer look at the mops, and for those who are not aware, that some of the best mops you'll find
definitely
are those made by the Society Often for the Blind.
Yes,
and certainly being sure
Lions are stewards of the blind, and I'm a proud lion. You see me displaying my yeah, proud of that this morning. of having those mops, and we do give support to that. And I did note that that's one of the causes which the Countess gives support to as well.
A long list of charities.
Yes, a long list of charities. Too many of them we're unable to share with you. But what you're seeing here on display, no doubt, are from the things which she gives support to. She has founded several women organizations and gives support to Women 100 Finance, and there will be a lovely interaction. I expect this would be a lovely interaction with the movers and shakers, and this session would be moderated by Council Chanel Hathaway. Chanel Hathaway, Legal Counsel.
At the lounge,
and yes, that is actually taking place. A space that has been created for that. We'll also hear from the director of the National Emergency Management Organization, Michelle Forbes, Keisha Ballantyne, a graduate teacher at the Sandy Bay Government School, Shafia London, country head of ABI for Barbados, the Commonwealth of Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mrs. Latoya Dorashid John, a graduate teacher and head of the business department of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Girls High School, Miss Ika Mola Laborde, a graduate teacher and head of science department of the Bethel High School, Mrs. Audrey Walters Butler, farmer, South Central Windward, and Miss Hazard Joseph, a farmer from North Windward. We see the party is on the move, and we recognize some members of our team as they accompany the various delegations, and they are making their way upstairs where we will have the teachers' lounge, where we will have this special interaction that I just mentioned a while ago. I'm not too sure if we'll be able to have access to the room, but once we're able to, we will certainly bring that to you as part of our coverage. And we see Minister Stevenson, who is traveling with the Countess. And we recognize one of the young leaders, what's his name again? Kenville Horn, one of the Queen's young leaders, who was actually presented in 2015 with an award from Her Majesty herself.
And he actually traveled to Buckingham Palace to receive that award in 2015. And I think we've lost our feed there momentarily. And we'll get back to that shortly. But yes, he traveled to Buckingham Palace to receive the honor from Her Majesty the Queen back in 2015, and we've seen him from the very start. He happens to be a member of our local media as well, so he's having first-hand interaction with the royals as they come, as being one of the recipients of that. He's from Rose Hall, and he's very much involved, particularly in sports and football, to be specific, and he was recognized for that contribution 7 years ago.
Well, one of the we know while we're on this, and we should have mentioned it at the beginning. We note the absence of our Prime Minister, and we do want to extend our best wishes for a speedy recovery, and we certainly look forward to having you back with us. And we note his absence as part of this broadcast because the Prime Minister would have been involved. Was he on island? So not sure how much of this we would be able to bring to you in terms of the
I think we'll just have the visuals from this portion.
The visuals. How much of the audio we'll be able to share with you, we're not too sure. And we notice that's Legal Counsel Chanel Hathaway making the introductions and welcoming that's a very powerful room of women, Calvin.
Indeed, and we see some big forces driving, not just in being entrepreneurs in the room, but they're also farmers and another local creative people involved in this particular meeting. Some of our top women leaders, I should say, locally. Some of them they work under the radar. You don't generally hear a lot about them, but they're doing their bit and contributing to national development, and having being the honor of being chosen to meet with Countess Sophie today and discuss some of the issues relating to their various areas of specialty.
Well, what is timely about this is that all of these women were intimately involved in one way or the other in the response coming out from the April 9th eruptions of the Lassa volcano. And so this grouping here affords them the opportunity to speak of their particular area of expertise. For example, Latoya Dorisha John, one of the things in the preparatory meetings we heard is that she was instrumental in terms of providing food at the shelters, and even went in before there was any sort of a formal structure, but took it upon herself to ensure that people were fed and provided other assistance. As most persons are aware, Miss Michelle Forbes, the director of NEMO, from the get-go, Michelle was intimately involved in terms of providing the information, ensuring that people were prepared and people were able to, provisions were provided for people who had to be evacuated in one way or the other. Ikamola Laborde will speak on behalf of Seroptimist International and the work of Seroptimist International. That's, of course, a women's organization, and they provided ends of support to the women of St. Vincent and the Grenadines during that time. Shafia London will speak on behalf of the Rotarians in terms of the support of the Rotarians and the collaboration. They had some collaborations with Lions organization in terms of the support, providing support, essential services, support of every kind you can possibly think of in the response in the aftermath of the eruptions. Audrey Walters Butler and Hazard Joseph, as farmers, they would be able to speak about, as women farmers, how their supplies were affected, how they were able to provide assistance to each other. And one of the things that you would hear this morning is also of the assistance that the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is providing to these women. I'm not just the women farmers, but there's a concentration on the women in particular to share their interactions and some of the challenges they encountered at this time as women farmers to support. Therefore, Audrey has an amazing story in terms of how, while she was affected, being one of the larger farmers in terms of the grouping, she was able to provide additional support to her women colleagues and farmers. You hear that one of the crops that is thriving very well right now after the aftermath is its cives. And I mean, we were all overwhelmed when we heard, when you heard that. But of course, knowing the conditions and that is required for cives to grow, you can understand why that is in abundance at this time. Over the Easter weekend, we heard that things like tomatoes and so forth would be scarce, but there was an abundance of tomatoes on the local market this Easter, which is a plus, by the way. But you would hear lots of that. I certainly would love to hear the discussions. Keisha Ballantyne, we know her stories leading up to the eruptions of the Lassa volcano. It was Keisha who brought the attention to the fact that there were earthquakes, because I think she was very vocal in terms of her on social media. Look, guys, we're feeling some tremor, and I think that in itself alerted a lot of us who were not necessarily in the red zones,
because you had to be on the flanks to feel those.
Yeah, you have to pay attention. So all of these women here this morning are certainly representing, whether they do so in a personal sphere or they're representing a particular organization, they definitely have a story, and a story that I think that the Countess of Wessex, who has supported and given tremendous support to women's organization, not only in the UK and not only to charges and to causes within the UK, but internationally. Those are stories that I'm sure she would walk away from St. Vincent and the Grenadines having a better understanding of our landscape and the struggles, yet the successes of women on this island of ours.
Indeed, it has a lot to do with highlighting that what our local entrepreneurs are doing, what our local skilled individuals, or local farmers, or local teachers, those who are involved in the education sector, and all of those who are involved in driving the economy and driving St. Vincent and the Grenadines forward into the future, one that is well equipped to handle whatever may come our way. And we faced recently a number of challenges. Last year, the eruption of the Lassa volcano, and you quite rightly mentioned one individual in this group who was very instrumental in keeping everybody on social media updated as to what was the underground feel, what was happening underground in being very close to Lassiter Freya herself. But we also, while we know what's happening at the community college, we also know that by now I suspect that His Royal Highness has moved from his location at the track. I'm not sure if we have visuals from Diamond or if we...
No. I think we also have eyes at Government House.
Yes, we do.
And
We do.
Our team at Government House, I'm not sure if the guys in production at this time can probably just give us some visuals about what's happening at Government House, because we know that's where both... But just before we do that, we've got Radhika Stevens at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College. Lovely shot, excellent background, Radhika. What do you have for us?
These women are sharing their experiences from the eruption of the Lassiter Freya volcano that happened last year. Do you have any more questions for me?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes. How, if you were to give an estimate in terms of how many persons are involved in the exhibition, would you be able to give us a number on that?
Well, we had about 4 or 5 tents there with exhibits. We had the National Society of and for the Blind, we had Brioche, and we had a few others.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, there were a few others on hand, but because of the fast-paced nature of this assignment, we couldn't have taken in everything at once.
I was actually hoping that you would be able to get us an opportunity or a close-up, if you're able to hear from the organizers of the exhibition, Invest SVG, in terms of how the exhibition came together, and even to give us a bit about what happened in Dubai coming back from that exhibition, using the opportunity to showcase all of these while we have the spotlight.
I am not sure if I'll be able to get a hold of somebody right now, because everybody seems to be moved indoors for this special discussion with the women. So maybe after that I could try and line up somebody for you.
Okay, thank you. All the best.
Thanks, Radhika.
All right, Ms. Colvin.
Yes, and we imagine that it's, as Radhika said, it's going to be very fast-paced. The teams are moving in all directions. There's one moving from the Diamond Track down to the Annis Vale playing field with His Royal Highness Prince Edward. And while that is happening, while that interaction is happening at the community college, we have arrangements being made for the next item on the agenda, which is at Government House. And I know that our team there is ready to go whenever that event comes around, and then the gardens, where we'll have a wide array of activities there as part of the official agenda. The one-day visit, we must highlight this is only one day and not even a complete. We have a visual of the Government House. Thanks very much to our technical team, and a lovely portrait in the back there of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who passed away just over a year ago, incidentally. On April 9th, the date of our eruption. Incidentally, Prince Philip passed, and this being exactly 1 year. And for those who've been looking at the international coverage, you've noted Her Majesty observing the occasion, remembering her husband by, following some of their usual traditions during this time.
Because at the time of the funeral service, there were only 30 persons allowed, and because there were very, very, there were
a lot of protocols in place.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Lots of protocols in place for COVID-19. So then it was just limited to 30, and so family and members of all his charities as well weren't able to attend. So that gave an opportunity for people from all the charities and organizations to which he lent support to come and to pay their tribute. And we have to remember, speaking of that, and we're speaking of COVID, all even the 106 persons we lost here, the lives we lost here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. unfortunately, I lost people who were very close to me. Lost my grandmother, and even to Javel, one member of our team as well. And we remember all these people who died during that time, and how families were impacted, and even if you note now that the cases are going up, and we're using this medium to ask persons to please not to throw the protocols out of the window. You still have to make sure that you're responsible in your choices. The vaccine is available for persons who need to be vaccinated, and I know from the time you mentioned vaccine, that spirals off into another sort of a discussion altogether. And we're not here to debate that this morning, but we're just letting persons know what that is available in terms of a means of giving additional protection to yourself and to your family.
Yes, and what is a lovely day for such an occasion as we segue into the other events on the agenda today. The next stop for His Royal Highness Prince Edward will be at the Annisfield Sporting Complex. The Platinum Jubilee cricket match, I expect, is already underway. T10 normally takes an hour and a half.
Yes, and he would be witnessing the final 2 overs of the match, so we don't anticipate that we will see all of it. He will be met by the person in charge of the Sports Council, Miles Bascom, and we will. There we have the visuals.
We have a visual. This is at the Annisfield Sporting Complex, so they're already there. There's a team there on the ground waiting for us yes, I see the match is in progress at the moment, and as we continue. So we welcome you back to coverage of the official visit of Their Royal Highnesses Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex, and Sophie, Countess of Wessex. I see Radhika Stephen is standing by at the Community College with another update. Radhika?
You had asked for an update on the Expo Dubai earlier. So we have Omari here who's going to give us an update on his part of the journey at Expo Dubai.
Yes, thank you for having me. So Expo Dubai recently concluded at the end of March 31st. We still have a team who's on their way back from Dubai who would have been breaking down that event. I was personally involved in putting together the content in Dubai on the content in the pavilion is a portfolio of what tourism has to offer. You have a little bit of history, a little bit of culture, destination, investment, art, and of course our producers who are featured here today. It was a very good event. For me it was short. I went in the very early stages to set that event up and to get it going. So I spent just over a month there in the expo. And you had a large range of people who you would have interacted with. You had a lot of people who have been exposed to the island for the very first time. And through the content, they connected with the island. You know, it was a mix of imagery, video, models. A bunch of different things came together to sell what Vincent has to offer. So we had a lot of people who was exposed to the very first time. A lot of people who would have reconnected with the island through what they saw and are looking to come back to the island. We had some very inspiring moments. So besides visitors, we also had investors as well. There's this one particular investor who we would have met with, and his reason for coming to St. Vincent, he was walking through the expo, visited many different countries, many different islands, and he settled on St. Vincent, decided to have a meeting with us. And at that meeting, he said, there's a lot of islands that are quite similar, but why I chose this island is because of the interaction I had with the people of St. Vincent who represented St. Vincent in that pavilion. And, they were so proud of the country, spoke so highly of the country, and was eager to share information about the country. So that Vincentian warmness really helped us when we were over at Expo 2020. They loved the product, loved the imagery. So it was a very good experience. And I'm sure when that team come back, who would have spent the duration of Expo 2020, they would elaborate a whole lot more on what would have happened throughout the entire Expo up until March 30th.
Now we hear about all the good things. Did you encounter any challenges while you were at Expo?
Oh yeah, of course. Again, it was the Expo was funded by the government of Dubai. So with that, you have the human resource constraint. As much as you would have heard talks about this person is doing, that person is doing. What we actually face, because of the time that you have to put in to manage an expo of that magnitude, because it wasn't small, by no means it was not small. So when you have 2 or 3 people at a time, at one point we worked for 12 hours, 7 days a week. So it was a lot of work. So you have to put in a lot of effort to be able to bring people in, and to work that hard, still keep a smile on your face, to bring people and attract people to the island, it's a lot. So the human resources is definitely a constraint because of the way we depended on getting over there. So again, because of all the thoughts, I'd like to say kudos to the leadership of InvestFG who would have spearheaded that. So not a lot of people know the means and lengths we would have to go to get St. Vincent represented in Expo Dubai 2020. And you know how it is. Sometimes you just have to do what you think that needs to be done. There's about 190 something countries represented there. You couldn't leave St. Vincent. You just have to do it.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Science, and we enjoy the rest of the
Thank you.
Thanks for making that contact with us tonight. While we wrap up on that, and with that piece by Radhika, we know that events are moving as well at Annisfield, where we're having the T10 match as the arrival of Prince Edward. Moments ago he arrived and is now seated in a room with appears he's meeting with some of the athletes that are involved in the various sports. I see some of the shirts having swimming on the back and some tennis. So I believe this is the point in which he'll have a bit of a conversation with some of the various sporting areas, the disciplines, and those who are involved in tennis, in netball, and also in swimming. And their shirts are the giveaways here. We know that they're represented, and I'm not sure if we are able to get the audio from that location, but we know that meeting is progress. Seated next to His Royal Highness is Minister Frederick Stevenson, who is traveling with the Prince today for this visit. And I see some youngsters in the front as well.
From the swimming.
And also from the swimming contingent.
And we also have Doris McIntosh and the members of the winning netball squad, the ECCB netball squad there. And I do believe I see Rennie Batiste, who's also the patron of the SVG Netball Association, who's seated among them this morning. They're done in national colours. The Earl of Wessex is going a little bit closer.
Yeah, having a bit of a one-on-one conversation with the youngsters and swimming.
You could imagine how this moment for them, they'd obviously be excited, but at the same time a bit timid in expressing themselves. So he's probably going a little bit more closer, just to hear the interaction from the youngsters.
And it seems they're asking questions as well, because I'm seeing the exchange of the hand movements, and there's definitely some questions being asked by the youngsters as he interacts with them. And it's all good to find out how they're doing. What are some of the areas that they excel in, and that conversation continues.
Members of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines squash team are also in the suite at the Annisville Stadium. SVG Netball, as we mentioned, the local table tennis, and met by Miles Bascom, who is the manager of the National Sports Council, Romel Currency, president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association, one of the larger sporting associations on island, and they're there to welcome in. And we'd also seen shots from the 10-10 match, which is being played
just
at
outside
the actual playing field itself. From the president's suite, you can actually stand and see what is actually happening on the playing field itself, so you get an opportunity to see some parts of the match, where he is expected this morning, that is the Earl of Wessex, to present a trophy to the winning team and medals of appreciation to the cricket teams, that is gold and silver.
So I believe while he awaits the completion of that match, it's an opportunity for those meetings to take place between the various sporting organizations, the swimming, the tennis, the netball, and that is what is happening now. Just on the outside, beyond the windows there, the game is in progress, and a T10 match doesn't last very long. So,
no, not at all.
By the time that meeting is finished, I suspect that the game will be concluded, and they'll be on to his official duty, which is to present the trophy to the winning team. It's an exhibition match, so it's more like a fun occasion for the cricketers, not so much a very competitive, results-driven sort of event, just something that, to showcase our cricketing skills here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Compare that to 3 weeks ago when we had the VPL 4 with all the teams, the 6 teams participating in that tournament. Lots of excitement, high energy, was fun from start to finish. Very exciting matches. In fact, nail-biting to say the least, where we had at the last match, the final match that Sunday, a large congregation at the Annisville playing field.
Yes, and possibly one of the largest gathering we've had in
a long time.
Years. Seeing that we're still in a pandemic, but it was an opportunity for those who hadn't been able to do any sort of events over the past couple of years to be somewhere and to experience something in real life outside of the virtual environment that we've been operating a lot in over the last couple of years. But we take this opportunity to take a break, and we'll come right back. Do stay with us as we continue coverage of the visit of the Royal Highnesses Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex, and Sophie, Countess of Wessex. Stay with us.
Carnival's important. Carnival is more important than I think we perhaps admit it to ourselves, and in society it's important. And my fear is that if we go on without Carnival for too much longer, you'll start losing a part of what's important to people.
trust me, my friend, things go nice again, it must again. Soca music must make we unite again. Lockdown, drink rum, feeling, go down, take time, sit down, remember, came from, I'm the way, I'm positive, feeling the same, I'm following, I'm top, I'm on top, I don't want to stop, things go nice again.
Lights, pyro, flames, energy. And DJ, drinks, music, energy. 9 p.m. in the heart of Kingstown, we descend upon negation like never before. It's all about energy. Endless DJs, endless artists performing in one venue for one night only. Starting at 9 p.m. April 30th. Don't miss it, please. Bring your colors, bring your crews. Energy, energies.
Channel 114. Visit Channel 114.
We welcome you back to our broadcast this morning from capital Kingstown, the central business district of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we're coming to you live from the studios of VC3 Channel 114. This is a joint production of the Agency for Public Information, VC3 Television and the National Broadcasting Corporation, as we bring you coverage of Their Royal Highnesses' visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Earl of Wessex, and the Countess of Wessex. My name is Dion John, and here with me is Colvin Harry. Colvin, we're back. And so far, we've had the arrival at the Argyle International Port. We've had the successful conclusion of the 17-meter sprint from the St. Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium at Diamond. We've also had, this is ongoing, the Countess of Wessex is at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where she, at this moment, is involved with discussions with a group of women, 6 of them in fact, and they're having discussions about their involvement in the aftermath of the La Soufrière volcano. We've just seen shots prior to taking our break of them at the Earl of Wessex at the Honnesville
Playing field in the President's Suite.
In the President's Suite, where he's speaking with representatives from various sporting organizations, and we're back. And I understand
we
that
have Bavin.
have some eyes at...
Yes, at Arnisvale we have Bavin Oliver, who's reporting for us today. He's at Arnisvale playing field. Bavin, good morning to you again. Tell us what's happening.
Hi, good morning. Yes, right now at the Arnisvale Sporting Complex, there are 2 matches from 2 local teams taking place. Just a second ago, there was a boundary hit. The batting team was in full celebration. Prior to that, the Prince was inside with local teams, speaking with them about the different sporting disciplines. And he seems to be quite a sportsman. He seems very enthused to be speaking with the local sportsmen from different disciplines, swimming, tennis, and squash. So I think he's having a good time out here at the Arnisvale Sports Complex.
All right, and what is the general mood there like for those who are looking on? Are they enjoying the match that's ongoing?
So far, it looks so. The crowd is a little bit small, but they're filled with young persons, and they seem quite enthused about the cricket matches taking place, and of course, the visit from the Prince.
Well, thanks very much for checking in with us, Bavin, and we hope to hear from you again from the Arnisvale Sporting Complex as we continue with coverage of the royal visit of His Royal Highness Prince Edward of Wessex and Sophie, Countess of Wessex.
Well, going back to sports, as Bavin mentioned a while ago, Prince Edward was educated at Heatherdown Preparatory School in Berkshire and Gordonstown School in Scotland, and he took part in a range of school sports and outdoor pursuits, gaining a Duke of Edinburgh's award. So you can see why there's a heavy reliance on his part of the tour this morning being concentrated on the sporting disciplines. As we mentioned, that's why, of course, the Countess of Wessex, Sophie, is involved in the meeting with women and organization with disabilities and the like. Also, those are some of the causes to which she for which she's patron, and those are some of the organizations which founded. And interestingly, she also created a public relations organization, a public relations office, and that is something, in fact, when I was speaking with Radhika yesterday about some of the things that she can allude to as part of our presentation, that she was definitely interested in hearing, that she also has a public relations office and founded a public relations office as well.
And interesting enough, His Royal Highness also has some background in the area of communication. He has a keen interest in television production, in writing and scripting, and he's been involved with the BBC as well, especially during the 80s,
and having worked
in producing the work about his father.
And having worked with the likes of Andrew Lloyd Webber, that's a name in terms of theatre, and that you would hear a lot throughout UK and throughout Britain. And people who watch the television series like The Nanny, you would always hear them making reference to Andrew Lloyd Webber and so forth. And there's a television documentary that, like you mentioned, that he was intimately involved with, and was also and has now taken over the work that his father has started. They've actually founded several youth organizations, that is himself, that is the Earl of Wessex and Countess Sophie. They've founded several youth organizations, which we will share with you, but this is definitely a fast-paced visit. So I mean, so we came we came with an abundance of information, and we're not able to share even half of that with you because this is fast-paced.
It is fast-paced.
And it's moving at a pace that we didn't anticipate.
And while we're still on his interest in production, he actually owns his own production company.
Correct.
While he's an ardent follow of the acts and also television production. It so happens that the name of his production company is Arden Productions, and he's been producing films over the past 20 or so years, and particularly content for the BBC about the royal family, about his father, his siblings. And it's good to see, the skill sets that we hear. They're royals. You wonder what else do they do. And now you know a bit more about Prince Edward, that he does have a communication connection through production work in television and filmmaking.
And in the background, you see some interaction taking place between the Earl himself and the president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association, Rommel Currency, and Minister Stevenson, who's also part of that discussion as well. In 2002, His Royal Highness, that is the Earl of Wessex, announced that he was going to give full-time support to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in terms of during her Golden Jubilee year, and from since then he has been involved in terms of giving full support, and no doubt he's here this morning again giving support while we're celebrating the Platinum Jubilee, the 70th year of reign.
And it's interesting to note all of the jubilees, and the jubilees have a particular part to play in all of this. They've been high on the agenda since Queen Victoria, in the Victorian era, and to this day they're still very much part of it, Her Majesty having gotten all the way to platinum thus far. And we know so far that we've seen the celebrations of the Silver Jubilee and the Golden Jubilee, and now the Platinum.
Yesterday we were speaking about her celebrating her birthday recently, and you in particular were leading that particular discussion, right?
Sandringham, rather.
Yes. I know you would say that today, Right.
Some of the names tend to, be a bit challenging in remembering them, but she's very much at this time remembering at the same time while she celebrated her 96th birthday, as a matter of fact, just a couple of days ago, the passing of her husband, which is just 1 year, still fresh. So all of that into the mix. Her Majesty has been spending some quiet time in the place where she shared a lot of her time with Prince Philip.
And other members of the royal family have been involved in visits as part of this Platinum Jubilee. Her Royal Highness Princess Anne, and I can't remember right now her husband's names, but they have been involved in terms of going to places like Pakistan and India. All those are members of the Commonwealth, and of course, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is part of the 54 members of the Commonwealth. And recently, persons would remember that Prince William was also out to Jamaica, Bahamas, and other countries within in terms of that tour, and will be going back out just now. And this morning we're fortunate to have on this leg the Earl of Wessex and the Countess of Wessex coming to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and this leg includes Antigua and Barbuda, and they joined the Commonwealth on the 1st of November 1981. And St. Lucia is also involved in this as well. I think St. Lucia is the 28th of February 1979.
Yes.
As St. Vincent, as the same year as St. Vincent. The only difference with St. Vincent and the Grenadines being the 27th of October 1979.
And these are all the occasions of the individual islands' independence. So these coincide, at least for those that he's visiting today. They joined the Commonwealth realm of countries, the 54 nation establishment, that it was on the date of their specific independence that they joined in. Another fact about the prince that many may not know, that he's the youngest of the children of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip.
Yes.
And there are certain titles that are given, and incidentally, the children are not, and there's someone may ask, but how come they're not called prince and princesses? And there's a whole reason for that. There's a whole reasoning behind why they're not referred to as prince and princesses in this case, as much as they're members of the royal family.
And that's because Countess Sophie has asked that they not be, she would like them to have a very private life. And they have two children, Louise and Viscount Severn, I think.
Yes, Severn and Louise.
Yes. And so that is, she is asked for that. She's very private and into her family, and you can understand that seeing what we see on television and what we see in the tabloids, and you would read in the tabloids from time to time, the understanding of all of that. And someone is of course making reference to The Crown, the television series that has been produced, in terms of giving basically showing what they perceive to be going on in the life of the royal family.
And that has become quite popular. I think we forgot James as well. James is also one of the children for the Countess and Prince Edward. And
James Viscount-Savon.
Yes, and Lady Louise is now.
Yes, right, Lady Louise.
You see, the terminologies are quite different. The references, as compared with some of the other royals having Prince and Princess, you're having Count and Viscount, and some of these Countess being applied here, and it's quite different. And of course, the Prince Edward is 14th in line to the throne. So he is very much part of the closely knit royal family, and has full-time responsibilities in that area, serving the family.
And Prince Harry, they and Meghan Markle, they I think about a week or two ago, they were in the Netherlands at the Invictus Games, in which he founded, and I think from all the readings that we have had, they would not be involved in taking part in terms of visitations on behalf of the Queen as part of her Platinum Jubilee.
Yes, but while that happens, we're having other members of the royal family who are making visits, even as far as the Pacific. I believe there's some countries in the Pacific region who are members of the Commonwealth receiving official visits. So we are very much part of that, being a member of the Commonwealth, and the celebration of Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee, and incidentally this week her 96th birthday as well. So it's all coinciding as a double celebration, sort of, on the occasion of her visit, the visit of their Royal Highnesses Prince Edward and Countess Sophie of Wessex. And that royal visit in progress at the moment. Many of you may have joined a bit late in the broadcast, and you're wondering what you're viewing, what you're listening. It's live coverage of the royal visit of Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex, and Sophie, Countess of Wessex, there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for one day, and one day only, as they leave later today. And a jam-packed series of events. I believe we have one of our reporters on standby. I'm not sure if they're quite ready for us. I suspect that the T10 match might be at least very close to concluding by now, and that meeting is ongoing at the community college with Countess Sophie. I'm not sure if it is that either of those are concluded as yet. According to the plan, the next stop will be at Government House, and we saw a shot earlier on at Government House. I see a moving shot. I seem they're on their way. At least one of the groups are on their way to Government House. I'm not sure which of the group is heading to Government House. Maybe we'll get an indication of that shortly. And that's a shot from Government House, as we see the room being prepared for the next big event, which will be at Government House. Several events, as a matter of fact, planned for Government House during the course of this visit.
So at Government House, we expected to see from the Great Hall a reception. We expected to see a reception for the awardees, but what we want to do at this time is take a quick break.
Yes.
Take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll tell you more about that.
Lights, pyro, flames, energy. And DJ, drinks, music, energy. 9 p.m. in the heart of Kingstown, we descend upon negation like never before. It's all about energy. Endless DJs, endless artists performing in one venue for one night only. Starting at 9 p.m. April 30th. Don't miss it, please. Bring your colors, bring your crews. Energy, energies.
But trust me, my friend, things go nice again, it must again. Soca music must make we unite again. Lockdown, drink up, feeling, go down, take time, sit down, remember, came from, I'm under it, I'm positive, feeling the same, I'm following, I'm top, I'm on top, I don't want to stop, things go nice again.
We welcome you back to our broadcast. Remember, we're bringing to you coverage of the Royals' visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines in celebration of the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Visiting with us today, just for today, are the Earl of Wessex and the Countess of Wessex. Colvin?
Yes, and incidentally, the next item on the agenda is at the Government House, while we see some visuals of the presentation happening at the Annisvale playing field. I believe after that, His Royal Highness Prince Edward will make his way to Government House, which is not too far away. I see the presentation of the medals taking place at this point in time, and he's expected to also present the trophy to the winning team. Of course, it's a T10, it's a very short version of the game. And while here, he's also taking the opportunity to, meet with some of the other sporting disciplines which we saw earlier. But now it's the turn of the cricketers to interface with him and to share greetings, exchange greetings. And they're looking quite smartly dressed. in their outfits for this special occasion.
Yes, we hopefully will get a report from Baving as to the winner of this match. This looks like an all-female team.
Yes.
Or probably a mix of both. I'm still trying to see as our production guys are asking for just a closer shot. And we're just waiting. I think it's an all-female team, though. Yes, it is an all-female team.
Okay.
This looks like the Warriors, female
Baliso Warriors.
Baliso Warriors,
yes.
The female cricket team.
And they made an appearance at the recently concluded VPL T10 tournament as an exhibition match as well, not in a very competitive way comparing to the other games, but certainly outstanding cricketers. And,
yes, we've had the likes of Nero, even Samantha Lynch, who's now coach of that team. And you recognize people like Janita Lewis, who worked along with bringing women cricket to where it is here in St. Vincent. And there are others as well. We won't be able to share all the names as we see. And no doubt, I believe that these women are very excited to be receiving awards and medals, whether it's silver, bronze or gold. You can always brag and boast that you received an award from the Earl of Wessex during his visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 2022.
Yes, and as ever so often you get this opportunity to meet a member of the royal family in person, and they're receiving their medals and a bit of a exchange every now and then between some of the players. All smiles as you look at the footage coming to us from Annisvale. Some of the administrative individuals also in that line, and greeting Prince Edward as well. I see His Royal Highness is also accompanied by the president of the local association, Cricket Association, and Minister Stevenson, who is travelling with him for the duration of his visit on the ground. Another team on the opposite end, one of our local umpires,
Roland Graves.
And very colourful uniform, I must add. Quite a blend of colours in this particular uniform. Not able to see the name on the uniform just yet, but hopefully we can get that.
And that's Samantha Lynch.
Samantha Lynch, a coach.
Wearing the yes, coach.
And going in the opposite order.
Direction, right?
Yes. So these things are all mapped out in terms of the order and direction in which they'll go in greeting, and no doubt they're enjoying the interactions as they receive their medals. And I think the coach will assist in the presentation or the introductions as they go along. She's introducing members of her team to Prince Edward as he presents the medals. And I think these are the bloomers, yes. I have a name in front of it, but I remember them participating as well in one of those games on the final weekend of the VPL. And certainly we look forward to female cricket being a big part of the VPL going forward. This is a sort of an introduction to female cricket to the whole setup for the tournament, and maybe an idea that we'll see more female competitions going forward as well.
Well, there's a female league, female that is being played on the windward end of the country, and I know recently at West St. George, where there's a bit of softball cricket and hardball cricket as well, that the females are involved, and I think that once all things are considered, and sports gets back in a big way, that we will be seeing a lot more cricket and other sporting disciplines. And while we say that, we can even make a plug for the reintroduction of Let's Talk Sports and other sporting programs across St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, and as we continue with the presentation of the medals, I think they're called the Montreal Bloomers. While you were speaking, I was trying to brainstorm for the name, because we had the names. Of course, Montreal Gardens, another beautiful spot to, really take in nature. And this team, like the Botanical Gardens team that participated in the VPL, reflecting that connection with nature that we have.
And speaking of Montreal Gardens, I know yesterday, the 22nd of April, is celebrated as well, Earth Day.
Yes.
And I know my line members today are actually planting 150 trees. So I should say we are planting 150 trees at the Montreal Gardens today. And I just saw some pictures of that. That activity has been concluded. So all the best to the members of the Lions Club St. Vincent South in planting those trees. And I know that there is a big cleanup activity that has taken place at the Russia Bay in Camden Park as well, and that has been led by the Ministry of Tourism.
The big part?
Yes.
The part of the event, the presentation of the trophy?
Presentation of the award to the Montreal Bloomers.
And some smiles, quite a lot of smiles going around.
Of course, you're smiling with Royal Highness.
Yeah, and he was very animated a while ago in congratulation. He made some movement to really drive home the point that he was happy to meet with them and of course present them with their token having won this exhibition cricket match. This is of course another exhibition match and purely for the entertainment and of course for the visit of His Royal Highness. I see some of the members really getting a closer look at their reward for their effort today in playing this friendly encounter. Women's cricket at the Annisvale playing field on the occasion of the visit of His Royal Highness Prince Edward and also the Countess of Wessex, Sophie Countess of Wessex, as we continue to see a moment of for a photograph. I believe that's what they're doing. So these memories will all be preserved at some and framed and placed somewhere, I suspect, somewhere along the way. I believe Bhavin is there. I'm not sure if Bhavin can hear us at this time, and we'll probably hear from him before we end off this leg. But after this, it's a swift movement. We know what the proceedings are like. It's a swift movement onto Government House. We did see some visuals earlier from one of our teams. I suspect that one of them may already be at Government House. And there's a fixed team at Government House who will provide us with the ceremonial aspect of what's happening there a bit later on, and we look forward to all of those as we continue with our coverage here on the various platforms.
And we see that His Royal Highness is now moving to what appears to be leaving the facility at Annisvale, accompanied by the Minister of Sports, Minister Stevenson, where they're expected now, according to the itinerary, to travel to Government House, where both teams will now merge, and then we'll have a series of ceremonies at Government House. We also have eyes there, as we've had on all the other locations, and we will bring you coverage of that. We're just trying to hold around to see if we have an official report from our reporter on site, Bhavin Oliver. Bhavin?
I suspect they're trying to actually move to the next location because how quickly they're moving. We're actually just a bit behind the itinerary officially. It's at 11:49 at this time, and there we have a feed coming to us from the Government House. The acting Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Honourable Montgomery Daniel, has arrived.
Mrs. Daniel.
And Mrs. Daniel.
Is accompanied by Security Officer Lohman.
And already at that location, I see Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan greeting all those who are joining in that occasion. Recently renovated Government House.
Some additional work was done by Braxa.
Yes. And a very historic place, having been located pretty much on the fringes of the Botanical Gardens now, but back then was actually part of the entire property of the Botanical Gardens. And today being a feature, as the next stop from Government House will be in the gardens itself, where the final part of the public part of the agenda will be done. Then we move on to the private meeting with the acting Prime Minister.
So there will be the planting of a tree at the Botanic Gardens, and there will be also a visit to the curator's house, where there will be a mini exhibition, and also the showing of a video, which you are involved in, Colvin. Congratulations to you.
I should say both of us were involved in, and we'll see that on social media as well. It will be officially released today during this visit. And at some point, I'm sure those who are viewing will catch it on the various pages of UE Seismic and our pages as well, and across the other pages involved in the publication. I'm seeing some visuals here coming to us.
Yes, those are some of the folks who will be involved in the award, and we expected to see here at Government House Bethelyn Ferdinand. She's the chair of the executive committee of the Duke of Awards in terms of and she will be introducing the gold awardees. Dr. Idalia Ferdinand, immediate past chair and executive committee of the Duke of Edinburgh's International Awards. SVGs will also be making a presentation this morning at that. So we'll hear the national anthem of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The only other time we've heard it since our proceedings today was at the Argyle International Airport, and we're just getting some indications that we're seeing some shots from the Botanic Gardens as well, as we try to as the tour everything to be coming to
a head, yes.
an end. It's moving
yes.
very
all the
quickly,
teams
but
are meeting
all
together
the
now.
teams are
We have
basically
visuals from different locations.
meeting now, and everybody's basically coming from the outskirts into capital Kingstown, where there will be a culmination of all the activities for the day.
Yes, and this event, of course, what you're seeing now is a visual, for those viewing, a visual of the Botanical Gardens, and a lovely place to be on a day like today. The trees provide such a cool shade when you're there, and just the ambience, the fresh air, and the environment that you're in is just so refreshing, and I'm sure the Royals will have a taste of that in a few minutes from now.
In a few minutes, but we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Carnival's important. Carnival is more important than I think we perhaps admit it to ourselves, and in society it's important. And my fear is that if we go on without Carnival for too much longer, you'll start losing a part of what's important to people.
We have all endured the wait for 2 years.
I know you're feeling pain.
Now, our time is here for the masquerade, the sweet sounds of steel, a showcase of Kaiso and energy like no other at Sokomanar. St. Vincent and the Grenadines Carnival 2022, June 24th to July 5th. Vincy Mass, take nice again.
Tingo nice again. When I'm with my friends, we go party and never stop till we end up all in again.
Lights, pyro, flames, energy, and DJ, drinks, music, energy. 9 p.m. in the heart of Kingstown, we descend upon negation like never before. It's all about energy. Endless DJs, endless artists performing in one venue for one night only, starting at 9 p.m. April 30th. Don't miss it, please. Bring your colors, bring your crews. Energy, energies.
Channel 114. Visitry. Channel 114.
But trust me, my friend, things go nice again, it must again. Soca music must make we unite again. Lockdown, drink up, feeling, go down. Take time, sit down. Remember, came from Mandalay, Ambassador, feeling the same. Follow me, on top. I'm on top. I don't want to stop. Thing go nice again.
Carnival's important. Huh? Carnival is more important than I think we perhaps admit it to ourselves, and in society it's important. And my fear is that if we go on without Carnival for too much longer, you'll start losing a part of what's important to people.
We have all endured the wait for 2 years.
I know you're feeling pain.
Now, our time is here for the masquerade, the sweet sounds of steel, a showcase of Kaiso and energy like no other at Socomunar. St. Vincent and the Grenadines Carnival 2022, June 24th to July 5th. Vincent Take Nice Again.
Tingo nice again, tingo nice again. When I'm with my friends, we go party and never stop till we end up all in a game.
Lights, pyro, flames, energy. And DJ, drinks, music, energy. 9 p.m. in the heart of Kingstown, we descend upon negation like never before. It's all about energy. Endless DJs, endless artists performing in one venue for one night only. Starting at 9 p.m. April 30th. Don't miss it, please. Bring your colors, bring your crews. Energy, energies.
Channel 114. Visit you. Channel 114. Channel 114.
We welcome you back to our continued coverage of the official visit of the Royal Highnesses Prince Edward and the Countess of Wessex. Today, they're paying an official visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines as part of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, which we continue to celebrate. And in case you're just joining us, I'm Carlton Harry, and with me, Dion John, as we have a live feed coming now from Government House. We have the arrival of the Countess of Wessex, as you're seeing for those looking at the live feed on your screens. Shortly we'll see her proceed upstairs to where the acting Prime Minister and other members of Cabinet are gathered, along with the representatives and those who will be participating in the events at Government House. Now we have all our teams meeting at this location to have different angles as to what's happening. The Countess is entering the hallway at this time, where she's greeted by Her Excellency and welcomed by Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan, and momentarily we should have as well the arrival of Prince Edward, and I suspect once Prince Edward arrives, then the proceedings will begin.
And so far so good. Things have gone very smoothly and we're grateful, we're thankful. The weather has been cooperative, lovely weather, blistering sunshine on the outside. And we welcome you once more to our broadcast. We see her Close Protection Officer, Michelle Francis, accompanying the Countess of Wessex. And we look at the visiting members of the media, who is accompanying the Countess of Wessex as part of some are following the Earl, and others are following the Countess to ensure that both receive adequate coverage. And we, as we mentioned this morning, a party of 11 arrived this morning as part of the royal visit, and we will be happy to share with you and to show you those who will be awarded. The Cabinet Secretary, Katyan Barnwell Scott, is making her way to Government House, and we will have for you ceremonies from Government House today, and other members of the government of the Cabinet of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We see the Honourable Senator Julian Francis, and with him the Minister of Agriculture, Saludo Caesar, who's accompanying the Countess on her leg of the journey, and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senator Kiesel Peters, arriving here as well.
And this occasion, now we have visuals of Prince Edward arriving at Government House, just a few minutes behind Countess Sophie, and he will join shortly what is happening upstairs, and which should signal a start of the ceremonial event that's taking place there. As we await him alighting from the, well, there you go, we have the Prince is about to head upstairs as he removes his mask, prepares for a photo quickly before he heads upstairs, and he's accompanied by Honourable Frederick Stevenson, who has been travelling with him since he arrived this morning.
The proceedings here, as we've been told, at Government House are by invitation only, and 40 or so persons will gather at this location for the award ceremony. There will also be a private lunch, which we will not be able to share with you for obvious reasons, but from the gardens, the Olive Countess and the Countess the Earl, of Wessex, and the Countess of Wessex will be traveling on foot down to the gardens. And literally, for persons who are aware of that, there is steps from the Government House that takes you right down to the Botanic Gardens, and you come down alongside the just above the area there of the sucker, where the sucker is planted of the original breadfruit tree, which was brought to the country by Captain Bligh on the Mutiny of the Bounty. And so there would be a bit of a reception, and we'll also have the presentation of the awards. And this is a very exciting time. More than ever, the young people are the ones who receive the awards in this for their outstanding service, and we will be seeing that. We will be seeing that this was a charge, one of the main causes of the then Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip deceased, and this is now taken over by his son, the Earl of Wessex, who's here this morning, and no doubt this morning into this afternoon will be no doubt presenting those awards.
And this award, created by Prince Philip in 1956, is considered a flexible program that assists young people in developing their skills for life and work. So it's something that drives young people to excel, to be as creative as possible. And he's been committed to this cause up until the point of his death. And since then, his children has carried on in his legacy in keeping not just the name alive, as he being the Duke of Edinburgh, but the mission of the awards. And also in 1987, Prince Philip became the trustee of the charity and the International Award Association, all being part of this Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. Sometimes it's referred to as the award scheme. But we await that ceremony. We saw some of the awardees a while ago, and shortly we'll begin the ceremonial aspect from there. And we look forward to those who I'm sure are eagerly anticipating their moment, receiving their awards, as we prepare for the second part of the reason why they're at Government House for today's visit.
And so fits in nicely to the packed program that we have here. We did say that it was going to be a packed program, and no doubt it has lived up to the expectation. And I'll reiterate, very, very quick, moves at a clip. You never miss a beat, and once they leave from Government House, then they would go then to the Botanic Gardens, where they will be for some time. The planting of a tree, visit the curator's house. You'll see the video interact with some of the school children, and will be involved in some discussion of sort. The two types of the discussions this at the Botanic Gardens focus on the COVID-19 response. This will be moderated by Mrs. Nika Anderson Isaacs, the communications officer within the Ministry of Health. And joining her will be Ms. Shanika John, the Chief Health Promotions Officer acting, Mr. Elliot Samuel, the Chief Laboratory Technologist, and Dr. Roger Duncan, the Medical Officer of Health. The other response will be on the last of Frere eruption response. Calvin, you have that information?
Well, not quite. I was
I'll
actually
share
following.
That with you for obvious reasons.
All right. So we have the volcanic eruption being a major part of what is happening during his visit, that being the most recent activity, and the response, and those who were involved in that response. Of course, there were a number of agencies, NGOs, individuals who stood out in all of this, being called to serve, and those who sprang into action to lend assistance, those who provided accommodation, those who did any which way they can assist. I believe this ceremony is commencing at Government House, so we will take you across there at this time.
Countess of Wessex, Her Excellency the Governor General, Dame Susan Duggan and Mr. Duggan, the Honorable Acting Prime Minister Montgomery Daniel and Mrs. Daniel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I take this opportunity to welcome you to Government House for this event, and let me say humble apologies for the late start. At this time, I invite Her Excellency the Governor General to bring her welcome and brief remarks. Her Excellency the Governor General.
Thank you.
As it says in protocol in training, what is to go wrong will go wrong. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem by the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force Band. Thank you, members of the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force Band, for the rendition of the national anthem. I now invite Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan to bring welcome and brief remarks. Her Excellency.
Thank you, Major Cambridge. Your Royal Highnesses, the Prince and the Prince Edward, Earl and the Countess of Wessex, Acting Prime Minister, Honorable Montgomery Daniel, and Mrs. Daniel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am delighted to host this afternoon's Gold Award and reception and to welcome your Royal Highnesses to this special event. Today, we are here to celebrate the outstanding legacy of the Duke of Edinburgh as we recognize and reward the participants in the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme. The Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme is a program founded in the United Kingdom in 1956 by Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. This program is well respected, well renowned, and is a non-formal education program that has transformed and enriched the lives of millions of young people throughout the Commonwealth. Participants are between the ages of 14 to 24 and are involved in life-changing activities to develop proficiency and dexterity in several practical skills while building social and communication skills to provide service to many communities. We recognize the contribution of the young people in nation building and the creation of valuable links for networking. The Duke of Edinburgh Award program is therefore valuable to assist with molding of characters, complementing academic activities, and assisting young people to remain focused, involved, and to attain high standards of achievement by learning to be disciplined at critical periods of their lives. I congratulate the recipients of these awards, and I emphasize how fortunate you are. I expect you to treasure the memory of the Duke of Edinburgh and carry on the mantle of leadership with dignity while translating what you have learned and achieved into your everyday lives. I thank the leaders of the Girl Guides, the Cadet Corps, Scouts, and the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. I also wish to thank the Duke of Edinburgh's Awards Executive Committee. The nation needs you. We need you to continue to strengthen and sustain developmental programs for young people. Today, we are honored to have in our presence their Royal Highnesses, who are patrons of many charities and organizations, which provide opportunity for young people in special education, sports, and the cultural arts. We also know how important the Duke of Edinburgh Award is to the Earl and Countess of Wessex. I urge you, everyone, to support the program wholeheartedly and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Governor General. I now call on Dr. Idalia Ferdinand, the immediate past President, Chair, National Award Authority of the Duke of Edinburgh International Award, SVG, to bring brief remarks.
Your Royal Highnesses, the Prince and Princess Edward, Earl and Countess of Wessex, Your Excellency, the Governor General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dame Susan Duggan and Mr. Hugh Duggan, Acting Prime Minister, Honorable Montgomery Daniel and Mrs. Daniel, other specially invited guests, members of the Duke of Edinburgh International Award, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Gold awardees, friends and well-wishers all, a pleasant good afternoon. The Duke of Edinburgh's International Award, St. Vincent and the Grenadines family is grateful to share in this ceremony with our gold awardees. We are excited about positively influencing young people, and the awards program offers an excellent opportunity to do so. The Duke of Edinburgh International Award, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, has impacted the lives of thousands of young people since it was established here in 1972. Most of the participants traditionally have been members of uniformed organizations such as the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cadet Force, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Girl Guides Association, and the Scouts Association of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But the program is available to any members of youth-based organizations, as well as other young persons between the ages of 14 and 24 who are not affiliated with any organization, no matter their background, class, race, or any other situation. It is all embracing. Through skills development, physical recreation, service to the community, and various levels of adventurous activities, the young people work towards their bronze, silver, and gold awards with the support of their adult leaders. The award program helps us to embrace learning outside the classroom as much as learning inside the classroom to build confidence, develop communication skills, problem solving, time management, and teamwork. The lasting bonds of friendships, more like family, the travels, blending fun and challenges are experiences that will last a lifetime. We believe that many more young people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines can benefit from this award program, which encourages them to challenge themselves and make their mark in the world, to be world ready. Many thanks to the late Duke of Edinburgh, God rest his soul, for his vision. The Duke of Edinburgh International Awards Foundation, Your Royal Highnesses, our patron, Her Excellency, for your continued support to the Duke of Edinburgh International Award, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We thank you all.
Following now, I'll call on Ms. Bethleen Ferdinand, present Chair of the National Award Authority of the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award, SVG, to introduce the awardees.
Your Royal Highnesses, the Prince and Princess Edward Earl and Countess of Wessex, the following group of young people completed their Gold Award program in St. Lucia in 2019 at the Caribbean Award Sub-Regional Council Adventurous Journey. I now present them to you to receive their Gold Awards. His Royal Highness the Prince will now distribute these awards to the following young people. Jared Solin from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cadet Force. Go ahead. Alex Davis, who is studying overseas, but his award will be collected by his award leader, Viewlon Main. Also from the Cadet Force, but who is now a member of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Royal Police Force, Rick Hunt. From the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Scout Association, Lemuel Providence.
Very good, excellent, congratulations. They all been very well deserved. Excellent. Can you take the mask off? Very good, excellent. Well done.
From the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Girl Guides Association, Zaria Williams.
Very well done. Excellent.
Rihanna Patrick, who is also studying overseas, but the award will be collected by her mother, Mrs. Okolo Patrick.
No, one of seven, number seven, and then I'll introduce
Patricia Stowe. I will now invite Her Royal Highness, Princess and Countess of Wessex, to distribute the other pins. You don't? Okay. Sashi, sorry. Rhea Roberts. Sachi Sutherland, who is also studying overseas, but the award will be collected by her sister, Shiraz Sutherland. Alyssa Davis. Tiffany Pear. Jada McLean. And finally, Justine Richardson. Thank you, Your Royal Highnesses. Thank you.
I now call on Mr. Brian Maloney, Deputy Chair of the National Award Authority, the Duke of Edinburgh International Award, SVG, to give the vote of thanks.
Your Royal Highnesses, the Prince and the Princess, Edward, Earl and Countess of Wessex, Your Excellency, the Governor General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dame Suzanne Duggan and Mr. Hugh Duggan, Deputy Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Honorable Montgomery Daniel and Mrs. Daniel, members of the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Gold Awardees, specially invited guests, friends, and awardees, all. On behalf of the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award, SVG, I would like to express sincere thanks to your Royal Highnesses, Prince and Princess, Earl and Countess of Wessex for gracing us with your presence this morning and presenting the Gold Award to the 13 participants. We're grateful to our patron, Her Excellency, the Governor General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dame Suzanne Duggan and Mr. Hugh Duggan, for hosting this ceremony and reception, and to Her Excellency for her warm remarks and as well as her overall committed support to the award program here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We also would like to thank Mrs. Natalie Sampson Davis, Executive Secretary to the Governor General, who has provided excellent long-standing support to the award program and is always ready and willing to guide us where necessary. Major David Clark, who is well known for his sterling contribution to the program here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and beyond. He has always been approachable and reachable. Mariah Hudson, present operation manager assigned by the Duke of Edinburgh International Awards Program, and she has provided much guidance over the years while she has worked in the Caribbean office as regional support with Major Clark. We're grateful for our local network who keeps the award program here active in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, including Lieutenant Colonel Bertillion, our go-to person who oversees elections and the training activities. Heads of our main uniformed organizations, Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cadet Force, Girl Guides Commissioner, Mrs. Laura Brown, and the Commissioner of Scouts, Mrs. Sharon Morgan Peters. Your support is evident by your participants receiving awards here today. Thanks for your continued service. Major Idelia Ferdinand for your presentation this morning as immediate past chair of the awards here in St. Vincent, as well as Bethleen Ferdinand, our current chair, for presenting the awards to our awardees this morning. Thanks much to the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force Band for your excellent renditions this morning while we awaited, and for the presentation of the National Anthem. Thank you very much to our past and the present members of the National Council and subcommittees, and to our volunteers and participants. Without you, there will be no Duke of Edinburgh's International Awards here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we look forward to your continued working relationships as well as we seek to expand the program. We're also grateful for all who would have collaborated to ensure that this ceremony is a success, and thank you very much to all for your presence here this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. And this brings us to the official end of the presentation for the Gold Award holders. We'll now have a few 5 minutes period of social interaction. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I say what? Just before you wrap up, because I've got a very short...
Ladies and gentlemen, please be silent.
Can I just, first of all, congratulations to all the awards achievers today. Actually, a brilliant effort, and I know that it hasn't been easy over this past couple of years. So I'm really impressed on everybody who's managed to do this. And you obviously squeezed that the expedition in just before everything began to close down. So well done. But a real big thanks to all the leaders and the volunteers, because without you this wouldn't happen. And I really do want to thank you for keeping the award going throughout this period and for all the work that you're doing. And I really appreciate it. And we really hope that the award will come back stronger than ever as a result of all the work that you've done over this last period. So thank you very much. Good luck to the future.
Just a couple things for Searchlight, because my other colleague there get a copy of the
And we welcome you to our portion of the coverage where we're just seeing the wrapping up of the proceedings at Government House, the ceremonial aspect of it. And as we see on the screen, Prince Edward is in conversation with some of the recipients, maybe talking about the expectations, what are they looking forward to as part of now holding this very prestigious award, the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and personally presented by the son of a gentleman who ran this for well over 60 years, and in his honor, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. And at this time we are seeing the exchange of conversations now with the Countess of Wessex. She's in conversation with a young lady who received the award earlier on as well, and her other counterparts who are smartly dressed and for this occasion, along with those who received their awards earlier from the different areas. You had two cadets who received awards, a member of the Royal St. Vincent the Grenadines Police Force now, and previously a member of the cadets, also received an award during this ceremony. And as we continue to bring you coverage, in a few minutes from now we'll take a break for an extended period as we go into the luncheon interval for their Royal Highnesses, where they'll have a luncheon at Government House, which is a private event, following which we'll move to the Botanical Gardens, where we'll have the next portion of the proceedings, the tree planting exercise, the interactions there between the various stakeholders, the various response agencies and representatives. They will all be a part of that event at the gardens later on. That would conclude the public portion of the events. After that, it will be a private meeting between the Prince and also Countess of Wessex, the Sophie Countess of Wessex, with the acting Prime Minister, the Honourable Montgomery Daniel, which will take place behind closed doors. After that, the next location the next event will actually be the journey to the airport and the departure, which will be after everything is finished on the official end. As we get ready to move into the private portion of the proceedings, we hope that you're able to stay with us as we go on to the next item. But before that, we'll have the break coming up, and of course some other commitments during that time on radio and on VC3 television. We'll take care of those while we're on that break as well, including our news and obituaries on the radio end, and the draws by the National Lotteries Authority. That will be on the various platforms as well, on NBC Radio and VC3 television. So we ask that you stay with us as we go out with some visuals from Government House, a bit of a meet and greet as we take radio back to Master Control to facilitate the break in the official proceedings at Government House. Do stay with us.
trust me, my friend, things go nice again, it must again. Soca music must make we unite again. Lockdown, drink rum, feeling, go down, take time, sit down, remember, came from, I'm on the way, I'm positive, feeling the same, I'm following, I'm top, I'm on top, I don't want to stop, things go nice again.
Carnival's important. Huh? Carnival is more important than I think we perhaps admit it to ourselves, and in society it's important. And my fear is though is that if we go on without Carnival for too much longer, you'll start losing a part of what's important to people.
We have all endured the wait for 2 years.
I know you're feeling pain.
Now, our time is here for the masquerade, the sweet sounds of steel, a showcase of Kaiso and energy like no other at Socomonar. St. Vincent and the Grenadines Carnival 2022, June 24th to July 5th. Vincent Mass, take nice again.
Tingo nice again, when I'm with my friends, we go party and never stop till we end up all in again.
Lights, pyro, flames, energy. And DJ, drinks, music, energy. 9 p.m. in the heart of Kingstown. We descend upon negation like never before. It's all about energy. Endless DJs, endless artists performing in one venue for one night only. Starting at 9 p.m. April 30th. Don't miss it, please. Bring your colors, bring your crews. Energy, energies.
welcome back to our continued coverage of the royal visit of the Royal Highnesses, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. They're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a one-day visit, and we're into the final portion of their public engagement this afternoon as we bring you coverage of what's happening at the Botanical Gardens. And we have Sheridan Lewis on standby who will be joining us shortly to tell us what is happening there. We expect a number of activities to be a part of that event, including those who are involved in our COVID-19 response and also the volcanic eruption. Also the launch of a video that will be done there as well in the presence of the Royal Highnesses at the Curator's House. All that and more coming up as we bring you continued coverage from the gardens as the proceedings continue. After that, the group will move to the Prime Minister's residence for a private meeting with the acting Prime Minister. Sheridan Lewis is on location at the Botanical Gardens and joins us now. Good afternoon, Sheridan.
Good afternoon, Colville. Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here live at the Botanic Gardens, where it is a buzz of activities in commemoration of the 70th anniversary of service of the Queen. We are here along the aisle just below Government House, where the Duke of Edinburgh Awards were just held. And as you can see behind me, the students from various schools across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Vincent Boys Grammar School, the Girl Guides, the Bishop's College, and they're all here waiting to be a part of the celebratory festivities. After which, the royals will proceed and they would go along and be toured to see the aviary over on that side of the Botanic Gardens. The Botanic Gardens is steeped with history. As you know, in 1765 it was established when we were just a colony, and it was primarily done to cultivate or propagate plants of various species, exotic plants all over the world. And the gardens, very unique, but it was done to somewhat mimic the Kew Gardens in England. A very extraordinary experience today, and I'm certain everyone here, they're all excited to be a part of the festivities.
All right, I was just going to ask you about the general mood there. I know the students will be quite delighted to see the Prince and the Countess this afternoon, but what is the general mood like of those who are present and preparing things for the arrival of their Royal Highnesses?
Well, it's full of excitement, Colville. I was there quite earlier, about maybe several hours before, and I had the opportunity to interact with a number of students who might not have had the opportunity prior to this event to experience something of this nature. And I am so happy that they had the opportunity to do this. What I can recall though, I remember the Deputy Prime Minister, Montgomery Daniel, the Honorable Montgomery Daniel, he was live recently on NBC Radio, and he shared his experience as a child, remembering and reminiscing on the times when, the royals came for, I think, what would have been the silver anniversary at that time. And moving forward with the 70th anniversary is somewhat of a profound and surreal experience for him. And I'm certain one of these students might be the next Prime Minister, might be the doctor, nurse, who name it. The sky's the limit, and it's an extraordinary experience at this point in time.
And for those who are not familiar with what is in behind you, I see the angle might be a bit different for those who are normally acquainted with the lower part of the gardens. Where does that walkway lead from, and just behind you?
Okay, lovely. Well, our camera guy would probably have to show that, but there's an aisle leading to the Doric Temple, the very iconic dome, green and white. So when you research the Botanical Gardens, you will see that. And it is known all over the world. Many persons come here at the gardens to take photographs. They have weddings and several different ceremonies. We're known for the 9 nights of lights festivities in December. So you can check us out in December as well. And they will proceed along that line. You will have the Hibiscus Lane, and it is known as the Lane for Lovers. It spans about 540 feet, Colville.
Well, thanks for bringing us that update, and stay close as we'll touch base with you again shortly as we get ready to welcome Prince Edward and the Countess of Wessex to the lovely gardens this afternoon. Beautiful weather. Thanks again, Sheridan. We hope to hear from you shortly.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that's Sheridan Lewis at the Botanical Gardens for us, bringing on-the-scene report as to what is happening as we see the students there all lined, awaiting the arrival of Prince Edward and the Countess of Wessex. They'll be coming down that alley from Government House, where they're coming out of a luncheon interval. And just to mention what will happen at the Botanical Gardens when they do arrive, there is the COVID-19 response tent. There are 2 tents set up to deal with different issues and to address different issues. So we'll have a tent dedicated to the COVID-19 response, and that will be moderated by the Communications Officer in the Ministry of Health, Mrs. Nika Anderson Isaacs. In addition to that, we'll have Mr. Elliot Samuel, the Chief Laboratory Technologist there, and Dr. Roger Duncan, Medical Officer of Health, also will be present there to share information as well under that tent. Shanika John, who was expected to be there, since been replaced by another family nurse from the Ministry of Health, who will share that information on her behalf. And of course, we'll have the other tent just across from that, which will look at the volcano interactions, the coverage that happened during the volcanic eruptions, and the public health nurse and at the Ministry of Health's booth will be Glendorine Brown, who will share on the topic of our COVID-19 response and our ongoing COVID-19 response. This meeting will be held just outside of the curator's house. As a matter of fact, both tents are just near to the curator's house, so just across from each other. And at the second tent mounted for the Lassifere volcanic eruption response, which this session will be moderated by the General Manager of the National Broadcasting Corporation, Ms. Dion John. Additionally, we'll have presentations there by Ms. Ann Jones, Shelter Manager, and also in charge of the Golden Year Center, also Ms. Natasha Nero, an evacuee, and also Mr. Stanley Walker, Shelter Manager for the Greggs Government School. And these are all people integrally involved in the response immediately after the Lassifere eruptions in 2021. As we see some visuals from the Botanical Gardens, the Hibiscus Alley, Hibiscus Lane as some people call it, a lover's lane, just below the Doric Temple. That was just in your view there. And we see those who are visiting the gardens today as part of this event. Of course, this is an event that's closed to those who are invited, and you would see those who are there taking the opportunity to admire the beauty of what's there. It's a lovely day. We started off this morning under beautiful sunshine, and that hasn't changed. We've had excellent weather thus far from the very start, and it is expected that for the remainder of this portion of the event, which is about to conclude in terms of the public portion. If we look in the distance in this shot with members of the media just in front of us, and we see the members of the diplomatic corps also awaiting the arrival of their Royal Highnesses. In the distance, I believe we can see them coming down the steps from the Government House area, and shortly we will see them move into the Curator's House. There's a presentation that will take place there as well. Additionally, we'll have a tree planting exercise that will form part of that particular portion of the proceedings, and then the interactions will go into the 2 tents, the COVID-19 response tent and the Lassifere volcanic eruption response tent, where there'll be a continued discussion there between Prince Edward and the Countess of Wessex, who will engage all of these individuals who are represented there this afternoon. We ask that you stay with us as we bring you continued coverage. Remember, we are live across the various platforms and social media as well, of various Facebook pages, VC3 Television, Channel 114, NBC Radio, and all the other media partners joining us as we look at a view of the steps leading from the compound of Government House, leading directly into the gardens. And shortly, we expect to see the delegation move down into the gardens area to greet those who are lining the alley all the way down to the Hibiscus Alley lower down in the gardens, well beyond the Doric Temple. And those are two of the symbolic areas in the gardens that are quite popular for varying reasons, as mentioned by Sheridan earlier, a favorite for weddings as well, the Doric Temple. The gardens, of course, populated with diverse range of tropical flowers and species that you would only get to see in this part of the world. Also, just in that vicinity, just below the entrance into the gardens from Government House, there is the sucker of the first breadfruit plant brought to St. Vincent and the Grenadines by Captain Bligh. And this is one of the many unique areas or unique things that exist at the Botanical Gardens for those who are wishing to enjoy the amenities or the beauty that it offers. A shot now you're looking at of the gateway that leads from Government House down to the gardens itself. And just a reminder, following this particular part of the proceeding, the team will then move into the private session where the acting Prime Minister, of course, Honourable Montgomery Daniel, will take charge of that session, which will be a private meeting at the residence of the Prime Minister. And as we get a visual now of the members of the various organizations as part of the luncheon are now leaving Government House, and momentarily we should see the delegation inclusive of His Royal Highness Prince Edward and the Countess of Wessex moving to the gardens. We see members of the visiting British media also taking an advanced movement down to the gardens, where they'll position themselves to capture all that is happening. In addition to that, at that ceremony or that event that will take place at the gardens, we expect a number of interactions, especially with those who are integrally involved in not just our COVID-19 response, but also the response following the volcanic eruption of 2021. Of course, those who are involved in the agencies, the shelters, and all of the different areas that were part and parcel of our response to the volcanic eruption in a COVID-19 environment. Just to note as well, following the private meeting with the acting Prime Minister, their Royal Highnesses will return to the airport where they'll leave later today and onward to their next stop. I see now in the distance, approaching our location, the Countess of Wessex just came down the stairs of Government House, and I suspect she is awaiting Prince Edward to join her and to make that move to the gardens. In the distance, we also see other members of the supporting team, the 11-member team that traveled to St. Vincent and the Grenadines this morning. The arrival took place at the Argyle International Airport with a grand welcome, a red carpet welcome. Yes, I see Prince Edward has now moved into position and joined his wife, Sophie, Countess of Wessex. And Sheridan is there with us, and Sheridan will be joining us shortly. And I believe they'll get to you shortly, Sheridan. They're coming down towards the steps, and shortly they'll be getting to your position.
Yes, definitely they will be. They're still at the Government House proceedings downwards, but pretty shortly they will be here joining us to meet and greet the beautiful faces of our Vincentian students. Shortly after, they will be having the tree planting ceremony, which will be taken on the western wing of the Botanical Garden. Interestingly, the plant that will be planted is the pink Cassioni.
All right. So, in the distance, we can see the gathering at the top as we get ready to welcome Prince Edward and his wife into the lovely Botanical Gardens. And as they enter that general area, the students are lining the entire alleyway all the way down to Hibiscus Alley, as it's called. And they're joined by Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan, the Governor General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. also by the ADC to Her Excellency, also part of that group moving forward, as we see them entering the gardens from the Government House direction and proceeding down to the waiting students who are eagerly awaiting to share their greetings. We of course remind you that this morning when they arrived, they were greeted to a red carpet at the Argyle International Airport. Then stops were made at several locations, inclusive of the athletics track at Diamond and also the Arnisvale Sporting Complex, and the Countess of Wessex journeyed as well to the Community College, leading to Government House thereafter for the Duke of Edinburgh Award and also the luncheon interval. I see a bit of a conversation happening with Her Excellency and Prince Edward at this time, while Countess Sophie moves forward, leading the group down to the gardens. And shortly we should see another angle showing them greeting all of those who are gathered to welcome her into the gardens as she comes down the steps leading directly into the gardens. In a while we'll also have Sheridan joining us again to tell us the finer details as to what is happening around her. We expect to hear later on as well from Dion John as part of wrapping up stages of this particular portion. Sheridan, I think they are approaching from this angle, they are approaching you, and yes, they should be very close to you at this point in time. And I see that Prince Edward removes his hat as he gets ready to greet. He's at the very top of that long line of students on both sides. I see their students there from the St. Vincent Grammar School, they're from the St. Martin Secondary School, Bishop's College, Kingstown. Some of the uniforms are recognized thus far. St. Vincent Girls High School, I suspect, I think I saw that earlier as well. And the Prince is using the opportunity to just have a brief chat with a few of the students as he walks by. So too is Countess Sophie, who is taking the other side of the alley, sharing a few smiles and greetings along the way. Yes, the students from the Girls High School are there, and I believe there are a few guides there as well in their outfits. St. Joseph's Convent, Kingstown, the Intermediate High School, I'm seeing a uniform there, appears to be the Intermediate High School represented at this greeting. These are students representing all of the secondary schools, or the various secondary schools here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're all carrying national flags for the benefit of those who are listening by way of radio. They're all carrying flags of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, miniature versions of the flag of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as they gracefully wave them as the Prince and the rest of the delegation approaches. See St. Joseph's Convent Mariquois is there as well. And in addition, what is happening is that they are just sharing a few comments, a few interactions along the way. Instead of just walking through where the students are gathered, they're having a brief chit-chat with those who are gathered to welcome them to the gardens. Maybe just asking a bit about their names and a bit about their schools perhaps, and in the process getting that full welcome from all of the students. Very sunny afternoon it is, and we do know that this day is probably one of the better ones weather-wise for such an occasion, as it allows for the full enjoyment of the gardens and all that it has to offer. The beautiful tropical flowers, and some of those you'd only find in this part of the world, there at the gardens. And I see the Prince has since returned his hat. I believe the sun is just a bit more than expected to contend with, so he has replaced his hat and continues along the line of students, a very long line of students from the exit point of Government House, the gate of Government House, I should say, leading down into the gardens. And from this moment forward, we'll see a lot of interactions taking place between Prince Edward and also those who are part of the official portion of this event taking place under the various tents, 2 tents that are mounted just outside of the curator's house. Of course, they will also visit the curator's house, where an exhibition is taking place there, and there'll be a film launch as well. They'll be able to view a film that was done by UWI Seismic Research Center and other partners in looking at the volcano experiences of 2021. And as we see, our other members of the media quite busy capturing the moments for sharing on their various platforms, and members of our own team, we see the Prince just having a bit of an extra word with a few more of the students before he heads down into the main gathering area, where he's expected to have a look at the presentations and interact with those directly involved in these 2 national emergencies, I should say, the COVID-19 response and also the 2021 volcanic eruption. Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan is now side by side with His Royal Highness as they get closer to the central hub of activities in the gardens. Of course, they'll be walking down what is known to some as the Hibiscus Alley or Lover's Lane, it's called it by some, and they'll also on the way pass by the Alamander Pond and have a view there. Along Hibiscus Alley, they'll also have the opportunity to see some lovely tropical flowers that are very unique to the Botanical Gardens, and there they would also get the opportunity to maybe ask a few questions of those who are involved in the maintenance of the gardens, and I'm sure that they will have some questions in terms of what they're seeing here this afternoon as we continue with live coverage of the royal visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines of Prince Edward and Countess Sophie of Wessex. Brief exchange happening at this point in time with one of those gathered to welcome him into the gardens. I'm not sure who that individual is. I'm sure shortly we'll also hear from Sheridan as well, who is on location and will be feeding back into our central point here at the Botanical Gardens, central point rather, at Master Control a little later on. We'll also hear from Dion John as well. At this time we are seeing other members of the media who are closely following Prince Edward getting closer into the alleyway, or the Hibiscus Alley, which is further down. Along the way, I see we have, as we had earlier at the airport, members of the diplomatic corps. We saw an earlier shot of them gathering to have a bit of just preparing to welcome Prince Edward into the gardens. Ambassador Lan is there as well from the Republic of China, Taiwan. See, he's there to also greet the Prince as he enters the gardens. And in addition to that, we expect that he will have a trip across to the aviary not too long from now as part of the tour, at least according to our setup here, or schedule. Following his meet and greet session, it's down to the curator's house, and from there into the private session with the acting Prime Minister. Just to let you know, there will be a tree planting exercise that will take place, just in you having a visual now of that will take place as part of this ceremony. In addition, he would have an opportunity, or they rather would have an opportunity to witness some punta dance as part of the dance package. In addition to that, some performances by the St. Joseph's Convent and Starlift Steel Orchestra being present to provide some musical accompaniment to what is happening at the gardens as Prince Edward moves further down the alley, and we continue to follow his movements. And I see there's a gathering here. I believe this is one of the performances. Appears to be St. Joseph's Convent. Not sure if they'll stay here for a bit to take in this. Yes, there's a performance happening here. I'm not certain if we are getting audio from that particular performance. Alright, so we'll just highlight the fact that they're having a performance there, and all in welcoming Prince Edward to the gardens. Remember, this visit is part of the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, this being her 70th year as Queen of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. And this afternoon we are in what I would say the wrapping up stages of this visit. Started just after 9 o'clock this morning, jam-packed with a series of activities inclusive of sports, culture, entertainment, a bit of all of the experiences, and I'm sure some Vincentian food along the way as well, some craft highlighted earlier this morning at the community college. We had our early reports from the team there, and we know for a fact that from the smiles on their faces that they enjoyed quite thoroughly what they observed at the community college. There was also a meeting with the Countess and some of the main stakeholders in the various sectors, inclusive of the director of NEMO, Ms. Michelle Forbes. In addition to that, a long list of other entrepreneurs and individuals who are responded to the eruptions in 2021. They were part of that, but primarily entrepreneurs and farmers were part of that interaction. So as we see the performance as finished, and Prince Edward is just having a bit of a chat with the young ladies at this time and sharing some words with them. This is just the first stop along the way as he moves through the gardens. We expect as well, as he moves, he would also interact with some of the other individuals involved in the different sectors and the different responses from COVID-19 and also from the volcanic eruption. And as we see another angle of what's taking place, not sure if Sheridan is hearing us and able to come in at this point. Alright, so we'll wait to reconnect with Sheridan there, but at least we have the visuals of what is happening. I believe this is now the tree planting exercise that we're about to witness, and this generally is included as part of a royal visit where the tree is planted as a symbol and to mark their visit, and this visit being a very important one for Her Majesty the Queen in celebration of the Platinum Jubilee, her 70th year of reign. And in a while we'll witness that tree being planted. Of course, we had in previous visits the tree planting exercise also done at the gardens, much lower down in the gardens as a matter of fact. This particular location, quite different than the usual spot we'll see the tree planting taking place. In the shot now we are seeing, I believe that's the Director of Forestry, subject to correction, who's having a chat with Prince Edward at this time. And just behind him is the Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable Sabota Caesar. I see as well in the shot, I saw as well in the shot just a moment ago, the Honourable Acting Prime Minister, Montgomery Daniel, who is also present to witness this tree planting exercise. It appears while it's a warm afternoon, the sun has disappeared, or at least the shade of the trees at the gardens are providing some relief as we see all our media colleagues preparing for that moment that the plant is placed into the soil, and well, it's there already, and it's just being properly secured to finalize the tree planting exercise. So the photographers would be clamoring to get a shot of what's happening here, and I'm sure we'll see a few of these in the British media as well, going forward, highlighting what transpired at the gardens here this afternoon. And along the way, I see the Countess also taking part in the exercise by taking a shovel herself and adding to what was already done by Prince Edward. And of course, this tree will stand as a symbol and a remembrance of this visit. And of course, as this is the Platinum Jubilee celebration of Her Majesty, see very generous watering of the plant being done by Prince Edward, as I'm sure that will assist in the quick growth of this tree that was planted and further add to what is here, what is at the Botanic Gardens in terms of shade. And we know that once you visit the gardens, there's always appreciation for the shade. In the burning sun, there's always a place where you can relax for a bit, and locals as well as visitors always enjoy this location for a bit of rest. So as we continue with coverage here on the various platforms, remember we are live on not just the live stream, we're live on radio, on NBC Radio, VC3 Television, Channel 114. We're also on the platforms of the Agency for Public Information on their Facebook page, the Facebook pages of the National Broadcasting Corporation, and also of VC3 Television. I'm sure we have other local media joining us as well, and regional media might be following the events. If you're just joining us, well, you've missed most of the day's proceedings thus far, as we are into the final public engagement by the royal couple, the Countess of Wessex, Sophie, and also Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex, both of them, of course, having traveled to St. Vincent and the Grenadines from St. Lucia this morning to be here, and will leave later on today after their engagements. I believe what is being done now is just an explanation of what the trees, the different plants that they're encountering along the way. I suspect in the direction they're looking is the explanation about the sucker of the original, yes, that's correct, the original breadfruit plant. That's a sucker of the plant brought by Captain Bligh on the Bounty. And a lovely tree now, it's several generations later, of course, to the original tree that was brought by Captain Bligh, but of course symbolically marking the exact location of the first plant brought to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which continue to be a staple here in St. Vincent the Grenadines and across the region. It's very much a popular item on the menu for most. As we see the party moving down closer to the aviary, I suspect that's the next stop along the way based on the direction they're going, and then after that it's down to the curator's house for the exhibition, the film that will be showcased, and also the two conversations that would be had there, moderated by Nika Anderson Isaacs for the COVID-19 response, and Dion John for the volcano response, the Lassifere eruption response. Prince Edward taking some time to read what is on the display board just outside of the entrance to the aviary, and he will then proceed inside, I suspect, to have a look before he moves on. A very thorough gentleman, I must add. He tends to pay attention to a lot of detail, and he has been doing so and being very observant in the things around him, taking a moment to read the signage before he heads into the aviary. I'm not sure if there were changes to the lineup as we're just about half an hour or so behind what was their schedule. I do know that they have a flight later on, so they'll have to stay on course as much as possible in order to meet that time for their departure later today. So, as we get some more visuals of the Prince and yes, the Prince and Countess, they're now inside of the enclosure and are being given explanation by Fitzgerald Providence of the Forestry Division, Director of Forestry rather, and I'm sure that he's providing a bit of a background as to what they are seeing as they enter this area. Of course, the National Bird of St. Vincent and the Grenadines being one of the main features, or the main feature at that location, the Amazona Gildingi, and I see Countess Sophie taking a moment to admire the birds, the national birds of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in quick succession I believe that they'll move down to the next area as the Director of Forestry provides some further explanations to Prince Edward as to what they're looking at and what they'll be doing in this process. I think they're having a look at some of the other animals there. Not sure if we're able to get the audio from that location, but I'm sure that, of course, the Prince and Countess Sophie are enjoying every moment of it as they move through the aviary in the gardens. Of course, this is just one of the stops they'll make while there, and they're being given access to see what it is like being up close and personal with the National Bird of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and having a bit of an exchange there. Of course, the birds are very close to them now. And there you go. Having a very first-hand experience of interacting with our national bird. And there you go. Perfect shot, I'm sure, for one of our local, regional and international media houses to use as a cover page. A shot of Countess Sophie feeding the Amazona Gildingi, and I think Prince Edward for a moment envied her as the bird took a while to come across, but the bird is in his hand now and he seems to be enjoying the moment. Interesting feature, something quite different than what we have seen in previous royal visits, but the bird seems rather intrigued that they're getting some company this afternoon, royal company as a matter of fact. And from here we will move to the next part, the exhibition, but for the moment the Prince and Countess Sophie certainly all smiles as they are enjoying this interaction with our national bird. Of course, this is a protected bird, and the Forestry Division is very instrumental in ensuring that our national bird and all the birds of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the forests are all closely monitored and protected. But yes, certainly a moment to savor for Countess Sophie. We get a bit of the audio and a few of the exchanges happening there. I think the bird doesn't want to leave, so they will have to make a few changes. I'm not sure if yes, it seems this will go on for a tad bit longer as they get ready to move to the next portion of the proceedings. We did mention as well earlier that Prince Edward met with the representatives of the various sporting disciplines. That was one of the meetings held along the way at Arnisvale, at the Arnisvale Sporting Complex, the President's Suite. Representatives from swimming, netball, and also the cricketers who received their medals and their award from Prince Edward himself. And in that very time frame, Countess Sophie was engaged at the community college. An exchange of well done I'm hearing in the back of the microphones there. being exchanged by someone who is on the forestry end. As they get ready to leave this area of the gardens, and quickly the members of the media trying to get back to their original spot just outside of the entrance so that they can capture the remaining part of the journey down through the Hibiscus Lane area, a Hibiscus Alley, down to the actual curator's house. And I'm sure that that must be a sight as well for those who have the opportunity to see some of the exhibits there, and those who are involved in sharing that information that we mentioned earlier, the COVID-19 response and also the volcanic eruption. We expect immediately following what happens in the gardens, 2 15-minute thereabout presentations expected there. The team will then move to the Prime Minister's residence, where the acting Prime Minister will then interact in a private session with the Earl and Countess, Prince Edward, the Earl of Wessex, and Countess Sophie. They will then get ready to wrap up their official visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As we have some more visuals from the gardens, I see the dancers seem to be getting ready. The Punta dance is one of the features. I'm seeing that there are little cards showing the different types of dances that will be on display. The quadrille will be done as well, and a bit of a maypole will be done there as well, as we see the party moving closer and closer to that point. Of course, we have different vantage points at the gardens, and we're getting different angles from our team, but the dance certainly will be an attraction for Prince Edward and Countess Sophie. Countess Sophie tends to enjoy a lot of the entertainment as well, and Prince Edward, having a theatre background as well, I'm sure would thoroughly enjoy these items. Also having a film background, being the proprietor of a studio, Ardent Productions is the name of it, and he has produced several films, inclusive of those featuring the members of the royal family, and also many of what we're looking at today, nature films, etc., aired on the BBC. So we see the party now moving to the location where the dance is about to happen. Sheridan is on location again to give us an update. Sheridan, what have you been observing on that end while Prince Edward was touring the aviary?
Quite an interesting day. The royalty has just been at the aviary, the Calvin Nichols Wildlife Sanctuary, and it is aptly named after the late Calvin Nichols, and he was instrumental in the development and creation of that wildlife center, which caters for the preservation of our national bird, the Amazonia guillemette. Interestingly, quite a number of our birds have been, they're currently in Germany, and this is part of conservation efforts, once again, from the Ministry of Agriculture. So for in the event of any disasters. And interestingly, last year, when we had the eruption of the Lascaux volcano, the government were quite pleased that they had secured a population of these species, because the habitat of some of these parrots, they were destroyed. Right now we're at the Doric Temple, just below the Doric Temple, where the Renaissance Dance Company will be providing some entertainment for the royals. So we'll go there now.
So we're taking some of the music accompanying the presentation as we look at the dance performance by Renaissance Dance.
Hello? Hold on.
So scenes there from the Botanical Gardens where we're having the dance by Renaissance dancers, and in the back you're hearing some lovely drumming to accompany that dance piece. The maypole dance is what is happening now. You see the creation of this beautiful pattern coming down the pole that is being done by the dancers as we come to you at this time. Just a quick reminder, live coverage of the royal visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines of Prince Edward, the Earl of Wessex, and the Countess of Wessex, Sophie Countess of Wessex. And today we're bringing that all to you live on the various platforms, online, on social media, and of course on channel 114 VC3 television. This is a joint production of all three entities, making sure that coverage is brought to you from end to end as we started this morning at the airport, and we will wrap up here at the Botanical Gardens at the end of the series of events planned for the gardens. This is just one stop along the way. Of course, this is the dance package that's happening right now. The performance by the St. Joseph's Convent, we witnessed that earlier, so that's finished. And the Starless Steel Orchestra should be somewhere close by, and they will then move on to that point, as I believe they will move on to a next item. Suspect there's also another item on, this is the wrapping up phase of this piece. Yes, it appears that way. And we see the drummers all standing now and enjoying the moment as they entertain our visitors. We see the signs clear now, the maypole dancing, the quadrille, and there's another sign which I'm not able to quite read, but this, of course, is representing the cultural uniqueness of our people, and I see all smiles on the dancers' faces as they seem to have enjoyed that bit of dancing that they did. Quite an energetic performance, and I'm sure it used up quite a lot of energy in doing so. The prince tips his hat and thanks the dancers as he moves forward. I believe he'll have a bit of a chat with them, just to share some words as he wraps up that portion of the stop. Countess Sophie is also sharing some words with the young ladies, all females, yes, all young ladies who are dressed in some beautiful colors representing the national flag, the blue, gold, and the green, and all in different patterns. The younger ones in the front and those in the back are dressed differently for the benefit of those who are listening on radio. And whenever we see a performance is completed, we always get the prince to share some words of encouragement, some kind words with the performers, and this is no different, as he's done so for the entire journey thus far from the airport all the way down. So we look forward to the next stop, seeing that we've had the dance already and the St. Joseph's Convent performance. I suspect the next stop will be to take in some steel pan music, which I'm sure he would be quite impressed by the lovely notes that emanate from the pans as he passes by the Alamander Pond, as it's called, and admire the water lilies and all of those that are in that pond. He would then move lower down the steps and into what we call the Hibiscus Alley, or to some Lover's Lane. If you are familiar with the gardens, you have seen many photos of that particular area of the gardens where persons would tend to go and do their wedding photos as well, for those who are familiar with the gardens and what is there. And of course, when he makes his way past the Hibiscus Alley, it's on to the stop at the curator's house and the tents that are close by housing the various presentations. I suspect that there'll be a bit of a split in the group as they get there, as we'll have one engaged in the response to the COVID pandemic, and another participating in the response to the volcanic eruption. We see the delegation now moving forward. In the mix, we have the acting Prime Minister. I see Her Excellency Dame Susan Duggan, and also there Mr. Duggan. Additionally, we have present in that group, as I'm seeing as they walk by, the ambassador to the Republic of China, Taiwan. He has joined the group from the entrance at the top and has been making the trek through with the party as they move down through the very beautiful Botanic Gardens, and I'm sure that they will enjoy what they see along the way. Some explanations being given as to the different plants that they're encountering along the way, and some of the individuals that they're meeting along the way. More students from the various schools. Recognize the uniforms there as mentioned before, the Bishop's College, Kingstown, Grammar School, Girls High School are among those there. And I see as well the representatives, or the students rather, of the Intermediate High School also present. Just some of the students gathered lining the alley all the way down from the entrance to the gardens below the Government House gate that brings you into the gardens, and see the students flying the flags rather, the miniature flags of St. Vincent and the Grenadines as their Royal Highnesses pass by. A very warm afternoon, I suspect, and the Prince has once again left his hat off. I suspect he's enjoying the cool shade as he walks through that general area and greeting the students along the way. In the distance, the sweet sound of steel pan is evident, and that sounds like the next stop that he'll be making. Of course, when they get there, we'll take in some of the beautiful music that they are getting along the way. They got some lovely drumming earlier on, and now they'll be getting some of a true taste of pan music, and no better to do so than the Starlift Steel Orchestra, one of the oldest steel bands in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Have been in existence for well over half a century, and they have certainly made their mark, and today they're here to do a very special performance for the royal couple as they stop by on one of the trees, carefully reading the signage that's there. A bit of an explanation being given as to what is that, and I see the Countess seems quite familiar with the plant that's there. She's taking very special notice of what is there, and is trying to get a bit of a closer interaction with the tree. I believe it has some significance to her. I'm not able to see what the sign says, but I suspect that the sign also describes what that tree signifies. In the shot now, we're seeing the royal couple having what appears to be a photo moment at that tree, and hopefully we'll be able to have an idea as to what that tree is. It's the pink pui, the symbolic pink pui planted by His Royal Highness the Earl of Wessex in 2012. So this plant was done by the very visiting Prince Edward back in 2012. That has grown quite a lot in that 10-year period, I must add. That tree has been there for 10 years and was planted on the occasion of his last visit, hence the significance and why they stopped by that particular tree. And they seem rather amazed at the way in which it has grown and so beautifully expanded over those years, and a representation of their last visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This, by the way, is their second visit. This is not their first visit here. They were here in 2012 on an official visit as well on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. So as we move closer to the Starlift Steel Orchestra, who's playing some beautiful notes on pan, we'll get a bit of that hopefully, and let's take in a bit of the steel pan music and enjoy a bit of the sweet sound of pan emanating from the gardens this afternoon. Well, we're just seeing the wrapping up of the performance there. A bit of a conversation now happening between the Royal Highnesses and the Panis. Of course, the Panis here from the Starlift Steel Orchestra, organization that has been seen as an institution of Pan here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, been in existence over 50 years and continue to make their mark in the steel pan movement. Of course, being led by Kingsley Hero Roberts, one of our seasoned Panis, and of course he's also an avid musician, otherwise in Calypsonian. So very seasoned man in charge of things this afternoon. Additionally, the Pan group rendering a song by Hans John, the one called Uptown Party, one of our recent releases as part of Vincima's festivities about 3 years ago. And this certainly very well rendered by Starlift Steel Orchestra on Pan this afternoon. And I see that the Royals were all smiles when the rendition was completed. Certainly they've been taking in every bit of it. Pan music is always better enjoyed when you're physically there. But from the sound of it, it was very well done from Starlift's end, and a very good representation of our talents, the talents of our people, particularly of the youngsters who are playing those instruments in the gardens this afternoon. The touring party has been led by Mr. Andrew Wilson, Director of Parks, and he was earlier assisted by the Director of Forestry, Fitzgerald Providence, but it has been led, actually, the tour has been led by Andrew Wilson, the Director of Parks. And at this time, I believe they'll be making their stop at the curator's house in the distance, as we hear the pan music strike up once more to entertain those who are gathered in the gardens. Mr. Wilson explaining about a particular tree that's there. It appears that was the tree that was planted by Prince Harry in 2016. Yes, that's the tree that was planted by Prince Harry several years ago on his visit, and it's growing quite nicely, and another symbol of the royal visits that we've had in the past. As the party now moves up towards the curator's house, this is the hub of most of the interactions that would happen between those who were involved in the COVID-19 response and those who were involved in the post-volcanic eruption phase, which happened all within the last year or so. some information being given there, I suppose, by Andrew Wilson about the curator's house, a bit of a reintroduction. They haven't been to the gardens in 2012, and in similar fashion also planted a tree and visited the curator's house when they toured the Caribbean back in 2012, some 10 years ago. I see the head of the committee, organizing committee, the Honorable Renee Batiste, who is the Speaker of the OECS Assembly, also greeting the party as they arrive, Prince Edward and Countess Sophie. In addition, also being greeted by the Director of the API, who is explaining, appears some of the exhibits there, and what appears to be a photograph of the plume, the ash plume emanating from La Soufrière when the volcano erupted in 2021. And appears to be one of those photos that have been enlarged and on display to show the sheer power of nature and what less than a year ago, about a year ago, we experienced here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in terms of the explosive eruptive phase of the La Soufrière volcano. This particular portion of the program, which is expected to be relatively brief, will entail the showcasing of a film as well, a short film which will be shown to the royals. I suspect we'll be able to pull that up as well and simultaneously show you that film as it is being done in the curator's house. That is expected to be a part of this particular stop. Another of the photos on display appears to be one of a shelter scene. From the angle I'm not able to see particularly what the item is about, but it appears to be a shelter shot of what transpired at one of the many shelters that were open to house Vincentians during the eruptions. These appear to be photos of the response moments after the eruption, what it was like in terms of the conditions. I see Ms. Richardson pointing to a photo, what appears to be a large area of ash resulting from the explosive eruptions. And Prince Edward seems quite intrigued about that particular piece and appears to be asking some questions about it as he moves to the next item quite quickly, making sure that they get a full view of what is organized for them before they head to the next portion of the proceedings, which is the interaction under the tents, what is expected to be about 15 minutes or thereabout. In case you missed it earlier on, the COVID-19 response tent will be moderated by Mrs. Nika Anderson-Isaacs, a communications officer within the Ministry of Health. Also speaking at that tent will be Mr. Elliot Samuel, Chief Laboratory Technologist, Dr. Roger Duncan, Medical Officer of Health. In addition to that, there'll be also a representative family nurse who will be speaking on behalf of the nurses, Glendarine Brown, a public health nurse who will also speak about the experiences and the response from a public health standpoint with relation to the COVID-19 pandemic. Another a photograph being displayed here in this case looks to be from this angle one of the ash-covered areas, many of those we saw immediately following the eruption. Photos of the coastline as well, the leeward coast, where we had Laha flows and pyroclastic flows coming down and changing the landscape of those areas. And the royals seem quite intrigued to see some of the photographic moments immediately following the eruptions last year. These are just but a few of the selected pieces chosen to be showcased here this afternoon. I expect as well, as mentioned, for them to have a first-hand view of a film that was prepared specifically to be released today. As a matter of fact, it was released on the platforms of UWI Seismic Research Center and the University of Cambridge and other platforms involved in that project. That is also being done, played out rather, for the royals to have a first-hand view of it as that video is released. Some more photographs, at least from a distance, we can see it appears to be a vessel of the Coast Guard in transporting individuals, those who were evacuees, and other scenes from the evacuation period appears to be in this general area. Photographs depicting the animals being affected by the very thick ashfall that immediately followed the eruptions. More photographs of the ash-covered coastlines also being viewed, and the communities that were heavily affected. I see there are photo. I believe this is the junction at Sandy Bay, where there was a very heavy ashfall, and you can